Good to go.
Good to go? Okay. So hello, thank you so much for joining today. I obviously know all of you, so I'm not going to do kind of a more formal introduction, but I'm going to be presenting my graduate professional report and urban design project titled Women's Insecurity and Exclusion in Public Spaces, a Call to Action and Initial Response. So, just as a disclaimer, we'll be talking about some fairly heavy topics today, specifically sexual harassment and assault. So just some words of caution and a heads up, I do want to be sensitive to that. So, how did I arrive at this topic? So my interest in women's insecurity, fear, and exclusion in public spaces as a research topic began pretty much my first semester at UT Austin almost 3 years ago. So just a year earlier in 2016, a man had sexually assaulted and murdered a female student on campus while she walked back to her dorm in the evening hours, as I'm sure many of you remember seeing on the news. And as a precaution, I often left campus before sundown, and I prioritized my personal security over late night classes and the use of really valuable amenities like libraries, computer labs, and even the design studios. And then a year later, right, as I had moved to Austin and I was starting school, a series of sexual assaults against female runners occurred on Austin's hike and bike trails, which was a public space network that I frequently used when commuting to and from work and school. And as a result, portions of this trail continuously felt unsafe and off limits and just inaccessible, depending on the time of day and if I was accompanied by others. And, despite all of these exhaustive precautions and avoidances to protect myself, my daily trips throughout the city's public spaces, they still became synonymous with street harassment. And I honestly felt like an unwelcome visitor in the very city in which I lived. And what's worse is that this fear, threat, and insecurity, it's not new. My entire life is marred by these experiences across various other American cities dating back to when I was a young girl. And I'm sure many of the other women on this call today can probably agree with that. And so after years of looking over my shoulder and just endless conversations with other women experiencing similar, if not worse, harassment in public spaces, I decided to dedicate my research to it. And so I began kind of my years-long investigation into women's insecurity and fear in public spaces due to sexual harassment, or otherwise called street harassment. One second, it's not letting me. There we go. So with a lot of disappointment, I quickly learned that the issue is not a common or even recognized consideration within the built environment. So despite this widely accepted notion, as quoted by Sarah Williams Goldhagen here, that our minds are changing and quite literally being shaped by our experiences in the physical environments which we live, very few individuals recognize or validate the link between women's insecurity or fear in physical space. And because of this, there's no ownership of the issue by urban thinkers outside feminist circles. So my professional report and project, it serves as a call to action. It really is time we all recognize, validate, and take steps to improve women's lives in our city's public spaces. And as you'll see in a moment, it also means, not only to improve, but to save women's lives in our city's public spaces. So, before walking you through my table of contents, I want to start with just an introduction to the issue, since this preliminary research dictated how I organize my efforts moving forward. So one of the books I read at the very beginning, titled The Facts Behind the Me Too Movement, a National Study on Sexual Harassment and Assault by Holly Curl, it outlined the following: that the first and most prevalent location American women experience sexual harassment is in public space. So 37% of women report public space as the first location they experienced harassment, typically as a very young girl. And 66% report public space as the most frequent location of harassment in their daily lives. So what do I mean by sexual harassment in public space or street harassment? So Curl defines it as unwanted interactions in public spaces between strangers that are motivated by a person's actual or perceived gender, sexual orientation, or gender expression. And it ranges from verbal harassment to flashing, following, groping, and rape. And it differs from issues like, let's say, sexual harassment in school or the workplace or domestic violence, because at the current time, there's no legal recourse that women can pursue. So this harassment, it causes many victims across all demographics to feel anxiety or depression, and it prompts them to change their routine. And while extreme, these emotions and actions, they arise from street harassment's swift transition to more serious crimes like sexual assault and even murder, especially when women confront their harassers. So as a result, women, they consciously and subconsciously implement avoidance behaviors or on-guard strategies to avoid these potentially life-threatening confrontations. So one of the exercises that I did that I highly encourage all of the women here today to do is that the next time you're out and about, which, with the current situation might be a while from now, but pay close attention to the choices you make while maneuvering through the city and ask yourself why you're choosing this street over that street and that particular route over that one. And I think you'll be really surprised by how many so-called choices are not in fact choices, but just prescribed decisions dictated by self-preservation and personal security. And on top of all of this, the intersectionalities of race, sexuality, age, class, and disability, they only exacerbate these numbers. So it's kind of unclear who precisely experiences more harassment, but it just remains the same. And that's that straight white women have it better than most, and they still report tragic numbers. And for us to assume that women's experiences of street harassment are collectively the same is just to grossly underestimate its impact overall. So for many women, especially those of color, street harassment merely compounds other forms of exclusion in our built environments. And a lot of researchers, they just confirm the numbers that Curl provides in her report. And they agree that sexual harassment in public spaces robs women of their autonomy and excludes them from democracy and freedom. So just to kind of elaborate on this a little bit more, Thompson, she writes that street harassment is this everyday reminder to women that men control their safety and rights to passage through public space. And women may forgo favorite activities like biking or jogging to escape harassment. And the daily commute to work, walk to school, or casual stroll through the community becomes a burdensome ordeal as women continuously are subjected to the gauntlet of public sexual harassment. And they're denied their right to equal enjoyment of public spaces for which they pay taxes like public transportation, sidewalks, streets, and parks. And as another author argues, street harassment accomplishes an informal ghettoization of women, a ghettoization to the private sphere of hearth and home. So put another way, these limitations to physical movement caused by street harassment and the necessary avoidance behaviors, they impede women's social mobility, which includes the ability to access essential services that improve life prospects. And consequently, I believe these impediments are significant and underlying contributors to gender inequality in the United States. So, all of these effects in terms of kind of how they affect women and how I started to kind of process them, they affect women's ability to reasonably negotiate real and perceived risk. So real risk, chronically experienced over a woman's lifetime, it manifests into this constant state of fear and insecurity. So regardless of whether or not a predator hides in the shadows, the woman will think back on the numerous other predators who sexually harassed her in the hours, days, weeks, and years prior, and she will seriously contemplate the predator's presence because she has been conditioned to assume he is there. And for this reason, real risk is often no different than perceived risk. She sees him in the shadows even when he's not actually there. And so when I had this realization, there were two questions that really popped up in my head. And it's, how do we eliminate that which makes the predator's goal easier to achieve? And how do we help women unsee the men who are not actually there? So around the same time that I was coming to these conclusions and asking these questions, I was kind of reading through this other line of research, and the researchers were recognizing and urgently calling upon urban practitioners, so workers and educators in the fields of architecture, landscape architecture, urban design, planning, and so on, to address the issue of women's insecurity in public spaces. And they highlight two distinct yet equally important methods. So the first, they urban practitioners could employ a set of preventative design and planning guidelines that address women's insecurity before it gets built into the physical environment. So this helps eliminate that which makes the predator's goal easier to achieve. So similar to ADA guidelines and environmental regulations, these guidelines could mainstream the issue into normative discourse and practice. And second, urban practitioners could involve local women in the actual planning and design of public spaces as key stakeholders, advisors, and problem solvers. And this enables women to unsee the men who are not actually there. So there were two authors, Fadke and Witzman, who similarly suggest that women's safety might not only be or even primarily about protection from violence or harassment, which is omnipresent in both the public and private realms, but it must be about opening dialogues. And for this reason, preventative guidelines is kind of this internal one-step process. They will not conclusively solve women's fear and insecurity in public spaces. Women must instead be actively engaged in the process of their own protection. And this participation, it instills a sense of confidence and control over one's environment, and this eventually tempers or replaces those illusory fears. And I represent them as kind of this system of checks and balances, where you can start to assign hierarchy or priority based on local conditions, and it makes sure that we don't inadvertently jeopardize women's security by making false or incomplete assumptions. So just as an example, for whatever reason, if one of the guidelines, due to kind of cultural specificity or something about wherever you're doing the community engagement process, that might not apply for whatever reason. And so by doing community engagement and involving local women, it kind of acts as a way to check that and make sure that it's not actually jeopardizing women's security. And, I want to be pretty explicit here and just say that, my proposal does not diminish or negate the role and responsibility of men and boys. So Curl's work advises extensive public education and community mobilization to better educate the male population on how street harassment negatively impacts women's lives. And this is still very necessary, but my proposal is just in addition to these efforts. So, why now? Beyond kind of the general moral and ethical imperative, why the urgency? Well, first and foremost, as I'm sure many of us understand, more and more people are moving to cities, which means more and more women will be living in threatening urban environments. And this includes new development and new public spaces to accommodate growing populations. And it also encompasses America's existing infrastructure, which is failing and in need of immediate repair. So Goldhagen, who I've already kind of quoted and introduced, she writes, we have this before us, this unprecedented opportunity to reshape the world into a better place. And if urban practitioners do not validate and address women's insecurity in public spaces before rebuilding takes place, they ensure that fear, threat, and insecurity are once again built into the physical environment, and they guarantee the perpetuation of gender inequality in the United States. That which makes the predator's goal easier to achieve will remain commonplace in our cities, and women will continuously risk and lose their lives while walking home from class or going for a run. And they will repeatedly fall short of achieving all that they could. So, I got to this point in my research and I was kind of wondering where to move forward from here, because I knew that I needed the guidelines and I needed the community engagement, but I didn't know where to look for that. Or for guidance on those things. And so I revisited this book by Sarah Williams Goldhagen. If you can't tell, I was obviously reading this while I was doing this research. But she writes, the more we know, the more evident it becomes that we must revisit our received wisdom about cities, architecture, landscape architecture, and the built environment's relationship to people. And we should undertake this reinvestigation with optimistic dedication and hopeful vigor. And so these ideas of revisiting and reinvestigating, I kind of used it as a framework to structure my process moving forward. So now actually getting to my table of contents, we've obviously covered kind of the first part of just what do we know about women's insecurity and exclusion in public spaces. It's laid out the framework of getting to now, but I wanted to revisit our received wisdom. So I wanted to revisit existing concepts of urban security and crime prevention in public spaces. And I knew that the issue's lack of validation and attention in the past likely translates to its absence in these concepts, but I had to start somewhere, and I hoped that it would kind of give me some clue as to where to go from there. And, as expected, these normative models, they fall short, and I'll talk about why in a few minutes, but there's a very brief description in one of them that I kind of traced through a variety of other sources that revealed this untapped resource of the women's safety audit. So not only does the audit involve local women as a community engagement tool, but its frequent use in other countries around the world and the culminating reports that come out of that, they provide a reference for design and planning guidelines. So in that third section, I'll be kind of talking through the process of how I created those design guidelines from those existing reports. And finally, I want to kind of investigate how I integrate that audit process and the guidelines into this cohesive two-step approach. And I apply both of them in a kind of in-depth case study to test the process on the ground. So moving on to the second section of revisiting our received wisdom. There were 4 kind of expert models or strands of wisdom related to urban security and crime prevention in public spaces. So there was The Death and Life of Great American Cities by Jane Jacobs, Defensible Space, Crime Prevention Through Urban Design by Oscar Newman, Cities for People and Life Between Buildings by Jan Gale, and Timothy Crow's 3rd edition of Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design, or CIPTED. So it's important to know that there are countless concepts or best practices related to the planning and design of public spaces. But these 4 constitute really the only examples that provide explicit techniques to improve or ensure security in public spaces. And in my report, I actually thoroughly unpack each model and I outline what they very specifically say related to crime prevention and security. And for time's sake, I'm not going to do that today, but I am going to go over why they pretty much all fail to address women's insecurity and fear in public spaces and why we should be pursuing more innovative solutions like the women's safety audit, for example. So other than kind of a brief description by Crow, all 4 concepts are devoid of women and they fail to address women's issues. And they do not explicitly include women in any statements regarding security and crime prevention, let alone the reasons why women feel afraid. So an author Moore, she quotes, if men and women need different things from their city, the argument goes that trying to design for a universal every person will subtly disenfranchise half the population, particularly if default assumptions skew male. So when we fail to include women or any other marginalized group for that matter, we risk reverting back to patriarchal assumptions and norms, even when the author is female, as in Jacob's case. And because the risks associated with incorrect diagnosis are so great, sexual harassment, violence, and even murder, it's imperative that we precisely understand what contributes to such behavior in the built environment, as well as what makes all women feel more secure. And lastly, Crow and Newman, to some degree, they focus mostly on property crime and theft, which are vastly different offenses than sexual harassment and assault. And it follows that their respective guidelines would also differ. And so I kind of concluded after going through all of these sources that the absence of gender in these models, it potentially exaggerates women's insecurity in public spaces and it necessitates a more gender-focused approach. And so I kind of got to this point and I was feeling slightly frustrated. I had combed through all of the known sources that I was aware of and I couldn't find anything. And kind of in this fit of frustration, I decided to just flip through CIPTED one more time, hoping that maybe I missed something. And I came across this kind of very brief description, of 350 pages. It was just like a paragraph or 2. And he starts to talk about this rather unique line of, quote, research that's been developed of inventory studies of locations experienced as fear-provoking. And they're done to improve perceived and actual safety. They include groups of women who go out at different times of the day and so on. And he calls them public crime audits. And I kind of made note of that and started tracking through, other sources. And I ended up kind of tracing them to this definitive solution or approach I initially was looking for, which was the women's safety audit. So, I'm going to talk about what the women's safety audit is, where and how it's been used, and how it fulfills that community engagement component advocated by researchers that I talked about at the beginning. And then I'm going to talk about how I kind of grouped all of those existing reports and adapted recommendations from them to create the preventative design and planning guidelines. So various agencies, think tanks, and organizations around the world employ women's safety audits to study and address women's fear and insecurity in public spaces. And when I say around the world, it's everywhere but the United States, which is a little frustrating. And the women's safety audit, it assesses sense of safety by identifying the factors that make women feel safe and unsafe in the public domain. And based on these results, recommendations are made for increasing women's sense of safety and use of public space. So just to give kind of a brief overview of how it works, During the audit activity, local women who are familiar with the regular users of a space, they walk as a group at various times of the day with a checklist and map, and they write and they diagram what contributes to their feelings of insecurity and fear in the built environment. And from there, a report is produced and presented to local government officials and other key decision makers with the hope that the changes recommended in the report will be implemented and areas will become more secure. And so the tool itself, while it originated 35 years ago in Toronto, today it's been disseminated and adapted by groups of women all over the globe. And a 2007 global survey of 163 local government community partnerships on women's safety found that the assessment and action tool most often used is the women's safety audit. And so I pulled this actually from a report where they went through and they actually documented every step that they took. And in my own writing and professional report, I documented the different steps and the best practices, and I'm not going to go through each of those specifically today, but I just wanted to give an overview of there's a lot of experience about how this should be done that urban practitioners can look towards for inspiration about how to include this process into their community engagement steps in the design process. So preparation and training, what happens during the safety walks, how you start to record findings, and how you start to take those, formulate recommendations, and implement them. So I wanted to spend most of my time talking about, what are the positive outcomes and how does it fulfill that community engagement component advocated by researchers. So, safety audits, they can be seen as having this important potential as a tool for women mobilizing to resist the mental and physical boundaries that mark their use and representation of urban space. And this quote captures some more positive outcomes, but I'm going to go into more detail. That, first and foremost, women's safety audits, they lead to physical changes in the built environment. And this is possible because safety audits have this very peculiar ability to relate the very concrete to the more abstract. So by engaging women in thinking about what they like and use in their immediate environment and what they do not like and they fear, the audits create opportunities for linking the physical environment to the social one and for concretely imagining a more secure and more livable city. So it takes seemingly amorphous issues and it provides direct, concrete resolutions. On top of that, the women's safety audits, they empower women and they imbue valuable skill sets for catalyzing social change. So similar to social impact design or public interest design, the process validates and relies on local women's experience and knowledge, and it encourages women to take ownership of public space. Another positive outcome, which I think is really important and rare, is that the women's safety audit, it prompts healing dialogues while providing support for women battling sexual trauma. So all of this is exceedingly rare in contemporary society outside online forums. So women have the opportunity to discuss in a safe places and spaces in the area where they don't feel safe, and they get to investigate why. And at times this includes sharing very personal experiences of direct crime. And for a lot of women, this is the first time that they've ever shared this information, and it might be the only platform that they ever get to talk and heal. And lastly, women's safety audits, they enable and protect that autonomy that I talked about at the beginning, that women's sense of security depends on them being involved in their own saving. So women's safety audits, they do just that because they help women take charge and save themselves in the very spaces they once feared and avoided. And then in terms of how I use the existing reports to create these preventative design and planning guidelines, I took kind of 4 distinct steps. So I collected as many existing audit reports as possible. I searched international web platforms and I had to translate a lot of them because they were written in various other languages. And I extracted all the raw audit results as well as prescribed recommendations related to physical changes in the built environment. And this amassed to a little over 1,000 separate comments. And I utilized text analyzers to analyze to identify common themes and organize extracted material accordingly. And then these themes, they eventually became kind of the major categories that structured the guidelines themselves. So connectivity, movement, visibility, surveillance, programming, and maintenance. And last but not least, I synthesized and condensed kind of similar results and recommendations into a set of 25 clear and focused guidelines. So I spent the better part of probably about 4 months working and reworking these guidelines to ensure clarity and applicability. So I'm not going to go through and kind of read word for word all of these different guidelines, but I'm going to go through some of the major points and some things to, just be cognizant of. I wrote every single one to explicitly focus on women. So unlike the existing concepts that don't mention women at all, I made sure to very directly explain why each guideline impacted women. And then the ones that, maybe some of the guidelines that are hard to understand at first, I provided diagrams to kind of explain how they manifest in the real world. So, the first category was connectivity and movement. So providing easy access to and from the site in the form of diverse mobility options. Women should be able to get to and from the site with ease, and they shouldn't feel stranded or feel stuck with no means of escape. We need to provide easy access to and from site services or amenities. So a woman should not have to go looking for the restroom, for example, and she shouldn't have to isolate herself to utilize these essential resources. We need to encourage spatial porosity and contextual integration. So this includes providing multiple site entries and exits and so on. And it's so that women don't feel isolated. They should feel connected to their surroundings. We need to provide ample, well-designed site paths that are accessible to children, parents with strollers, the elderly, people with disabilities, and so on. Women are still the primary caregivers in most households, and which means that they are responsible for the care of children and elderly family members, and they need to be able to travel through the site with those individuals. We need to eliminate movement indicators, which occur when a potential attacker can predict a woman's movement or escape route, right? So that's, one path with no exits, with only one entry and exit. The only place a woman can move is forward, and a predator can obviously understand that. And we need to provide a clear spatial layout of the site with well-articulated zones of use. So a woman should be able to kind of quickly assess the site and understand what's happening where. We need to employ landmarks, paving design, and building articulation to help orient women and aid in place recognition, and incorporate wayfinding and easy-to-read signage so that women can find their way. The second category is visibility and surveillance. So we need to provide ample lighting within the site and while traveling to and from site services. This also includes exploring creative lighting opportunities that, I know throughout Austin, at least, we have a lot of people that are advocating for dark skies, which is good and it's preferred, but there are dark sky approved fixtures that we can be using that still provide some light so that women are not stranded in the dark. We need to provide clear, well-kept paths and sight lines. A woman should be able to easily identify a face 25 yards away, and she should be able to see into other activity zones. We need to support natural surveillance. And lastly, we need to provide moments for both prospect and refuge. And this includes kind of clearly demarcated spaces that enable women to survey other areas. It usually includes a back, and it limits her range of view to about 180 degrees or less. Lastly, for visibility and surveillance, we need to identify and resolve through either elimination or design all non-spaces and entrapment sites. These are many, right? They include abandoned lots, empty spaces between districts, alleys. They can include elevators and stairwells. The list, goes on and on. In terms of programming, we need to provide or encourage mixed uses and placemaking. And so some of this includes, fostering a sense of ownership by pursuing programming partnerships with women's groups or creating opportunities to make a living like the farmers market. Highlight or celebrate the presence of women, both in true form and representation. And this, I actually took this picture. I thought it was so interesting along Lamar Boulevard of a space or a wall prior. And then when I drove by again, they had painted this kind of beautiful mural of women, and it completely changed the vibe of that space. We need to provide provisions for young children and the elderly, access to clean and secure toilet facilities, and provisions for different seasons. And finally, when high attendance is expected, we need to pursue methods of decrowding. And I actually didn't understand this one very well until I did the case study. But an example could be, rather than locating a bunch of different bus pickups at one stop, maybe spreading them out and giving people a little bit more room where women are not pushed into close contact with others. Just a few more for programming, providing holistic strategies for discouraging undesirable occupation of the site. And that includes drug and alcohol use and homelessness. And this is a tricky one because you can't say that homeless people don't have a right to that public space, because they do. But it's just, a city should be aware that when they start to pursue or try to solve and help homeless people, that they're actually also helping women feel more secure in the spaces that homeless people tend to occupy. And we need to ensure that all the spaces or all the site features are specified with women in mind. Last but not least, that operations and maintenance, ensure the site has a thorough operations and maintenance plan. This one, it's pretty self-explanatory, but a well cared for space, it signals more security than an ill-managed, dilapidated space. We need to make sure the site is absent of graffiti. And this one's interesting because graffiti not only signals a lack of care or maintenance, but the presence of potential entrapment spots, because graffiti is more feasible in less visible isolated spaces. This includes also trash and recycling receptacles and specifying durable materials. So what were, some of the thoughts that were going through my head as I was kind of looking at all of these preventative guidelines together? So, well, as compared to those expert concepts that I was just talking about, the culminating guidelines support the fact that those existing concepts don't address women's insecurity and fear. So some of the guidelines, there is some overlap, which I'm sure you've noticed, but not all. So Jacobs, Newman, Gale, and Crow, they don't explicitly cover movement indicators. In fact, Crow conversely recommends only one way in or out to promote the perception of potential entrapment for normal users of space. Another undocumented guideline recommends highlighting or celebrating the presence of women in public spaces. Another kind of, or where overlap does occur, these guidelines provide a lot more specificity, especially aimed at women. So Jacobs talks about entrapment sites, but she only mentions a few examples, and I've provided almost a whole paragraph of what these can include. So beyond kind of surpassing these expert models to address women's insecurity in public spaces, they also reveal some other interesting insights. I'll not lie. I remember talking to Maggie and Liz about this, and I was kind of disappointed by the familiarity or kind of simplicity of the guidelines. They're not rocket science, and I've seen them in kind of different places in one form or another, not focused on women, but the central gist of them. And I think on a very personal level, I could better justify or accept the issue's persistence and lack of attention if it required kind of near impossible solutions, but it doesn't. And it merely requires us to try and to kind of adjust the lens through which we're looking at our spaces. Second is that many of these guidelines, they seem kind of unrelated to the issue at hand. So how does the provision of female ergonomic site furniture encourage women's security? And at first, I actually omitted many of these unrelated comments or recommendations. But I eventually realized that, feeling seen, heard, represented, and important, it imbues confidence in ownership, and it helps women unsee the predators who are not actually there. And last but not least, this process suggests that we cannot solve this issue with just one urban discipline. So many of these guidelines, they're multidisciplinary and they require effort on numerous fronts. I really struggled to kind of differentiate between design and policy, urban design planning, landscape architecture, and so on when I was working through these, because the guidelines, they're theoretically simple, but their responsible party is ambiguous. And I didn't get to this. That would kind of be like a second step or a question for another report. I wasn't able to go through and kind of specify which guideline falls under which responsible party. But I think it does speak to kind of the complexity of, whose responsibility it falls under. So how do I effectively integrate this, the women's safety audit process in these guidelines to create this cohesive two-step approach? And what does this approach look like on the ground? There we go. So I applied the women's safety audit and the guidelines to Republic Square in Austin, Texas, and kind of conducted this very in-depth case study. And I've already talked about it as kind of this system of checks and balances. So I'll show you the document that I ended up preparing, but I used both the safety audit and the guidelines. It's kind of this system of like double checking, does this guideline apply, does it not? How did I feel when I was conducting the audit and on site? Were there things that the guidelines missed, and so on? So I'm pulling kind of excerpts out of my case study document. It's about 30 pages. I have it in a separate tab if we want to look at it, if we have time later, but I'm just going to go over some kind of simple examples and things that I looked at. So Republic Square, I'm sure many of you are aware, is kind of an Austin CBD district or central business district in downtown. And I pretty much analyzed the square, which I hope you can see my, my cursor. I also included the federal courthouse plaza, since those they somewhat work as a single space. And then I also analyzed about 500 feet around the site, since, women they're going to be traveling to and from the site. So to kind of prep for my women's safety audit, I created a map. I had a walking route. I went both during the day and at night. I used an example of an audit that I found online that's used throughout Australia. It was about 8 pages, and I kind of thoroughly made notes. I was taking pictures while I was on site and so on. And from there, I went and I kind of started to apply these different kind of insights that I was getting from the women's safety audit to Republic Square. And so I'm just going to show you some excerpts from this document that I prepared, but the way that I laid it out was that, obviously in the upper left-hand corner, I write the guideline out. It's shown in orange. So everything that you see throughout this document in orange are things that support the guideline. And then what's shown in teal does not support the guideline. And so my first thought was I want someone to be able to kind of look at the axon that I have on the left and just be able to tell through how much of each color, whether or not that the space or the site kind of abided by that guideline. And then on the right-hand side, I've kind of called out or zoomed into just a few things or moments that are both supportive and unsupportive of the guideline. And a lot of these were picked up through my women's safety audit. And then at the lower right-hand corner, I started to kind of document all of these recommendations that I had that were kind of, after analyzing the site through the guidelines and using the women's safety audit insights, I was able to kind of say, okay, this is a very specific list of all the things that they can do within and around this site to make it more secure for women. So I'm going to go through just a few pages and show you some of the things that I've picked up on. I'll highlight some of the local nuances that the women's safety audit illuminated. So, the very first guideline I talked about was providing easy access to and from the site in the form of diverse mobility options. And Republic Square is interesting because it has an entire, side of the block that's dedicated to the Republic Square hub station for Cap Metro. And it also has a B-cycle station and so forth. But to be completely honest, I had a really hard time accessing the site outside of those two modes. So parking is either dedicated or, it's solely for the federal courthouse, or it's really expensive. And, when I was doing my safety audit at night, I actually had to park really far away, and I was like followed by a man as I was trying to get to the site. So just some things to think about when you start to design your site is, how would women get there? Would they feel safe getting to and from the site? I kind of grouped these guidelines together in terms of spatial porosity and contextual integration, the site paths, and the movement indicators. So as you can see here, just graphically, I've tried to, in some instances, I've used kind of these zoomed in axons, and in other instances, I use sections to start to just illustrate, what does it look like on the ground? And a lot of the quotes that you're seeing here, for example, these were actual thoughts or things that kind of floated through my head while I was on the site. So, there's kind of this central green space that really, there's no movement indicators. A woman could move all throughout it, and you would not know what she was doing. But the federal courthouse courthouse plaza, for example, through a combination of kind of dense vegetation, elevation change, and walls from the actual courthouse. It creates this tunnel or this kind of movement indicator, and it feels very isolated. And for the most part, the plaza, it feels, you could be in that space and you don't even feel like you're necessarily a part of the square. Lighting, for example, I think for the most part, the site did a fairly good job of capturing lighting. Some of my comments had to do with, I was standing in the middle of the large green space in the middle, and the lighting on either side didn't reach the middle, and it's actually fairly dark. And then on top of that, you have to consider all of the areas getting to and from the site. There were a lot of the sidewalks, there were incomplete sidewalks. They didn't have lighting. The adjacent parking, there was no lighting. And all of these things, like we talked about before, you just start to picture someone in the darkness who's not actually there. One of kind of the big issues that I noticed was just this there was a lack of natural surveillance or eyes on the street. And this wasn't necessarily an issue with like the design of our public square, but more all of the surrounding sites, because there's no street visibility or street level natural surveillance. And there are a few tall buildings that kind of look down on the site, but there's a lot of beautiful trees on site that block that view. And so you could be kind of walking throughout the site and no one on the street can see you. And I thought, these were some of, on the right-hand side, you can see some of the pictures I've taken, but these were just some of the thoughts that were popping through my head of no one is watching, no one will help you, you are alone, and you are at risk. This one I found really interesting. So when I talked about before about moments of prospect and refuge, this is one of the insights that I got from or local nuance that I got from the safety audit. So when I was on site conducting the audit, I was the only woman on site. So I think there were about 10 other men there, and most of them were kind of hanging out. You can see in the upper right-hand corner, they were hanging out on some of the site furniture, which that space in and of itself is a moment of prospect and refuge, but it felt like I couldn't access it, or that it was kind of impenetrable to me. Like I didn't want to go over there. I didn't want to be the only woman. And then what was also interesting was when I was standing in this central space, I kind of felt like I was in a fishbowl because I had all of these men kind of on the outskirts looking at me or looking in. And lastly, I used a lot of my own site photography throughout the case study, but I had already talked about that high attendance, when high attendance is expected, pursuing the methods of decrowding. They spread the bus stops in that bus station the entire length of the block, which I thought was really great. And then, it brings up kind of this last point, which was another, I guess, insight that I got from the women's safety audit. And it's that in Austin, given like the super hot weather and so forth, you get a lot of homeless individuals or transient individuals that will ride the bus because it's really the only source of air conditioning. And so while it's great that you have the bus station on site, it kind of means that a lot of people or homeless individuals occupy Republic Square. And they have every right to be there, which I've already talked about, but they do make certain aspects or parts of the site feel insecure to women, and it excludes women. And so just some, kind of last thoughts. One of the other things that I thought a lot about was that after I had conducted the audit, I really had to kind of check in with myself, and I was asking whether or not I felt more secure, which is kind of what they said that the audit would do. And I actually did. I felt that kind of this very meticulous process of going through and combing through the site and understanding very explicitly what caused my fear and insecurity, it kind of gave me more ownership of it. And it was interesting because I thought that, Republic Square in general, like as a site, did very well in terms of the guidelines, but, thinking about all of the blocks surrounding it, and which is, mostly parking lots and nothing that really engages the street, your kind of area of intervention really should extend beyond the site. When cities start to think about public spaces, you know, that site in particular, it extends far beyond kind of the bounds of that block and all of those adjacent blocks, and kind of our not inability, but our lack of attention to them. It makes the entire site feel insecure. So I just want to end with, you know, a thank you and just kind of a final statement of saying that sexual harassment in public space or street harassment and women's fear and insecurity, they're critical and overlooked issues. And it really is time that we start looking at them. And what I produced and shared with you today is just the first of what I see as kind of, it's just the first contribution for me, and what I hope to contribute to the issue. And if you would like me to send the full case study document, I can do that. But I would like to go ahead and open it up for questions and comments.
Okay, I'll go first if no one's going to say anything. So first, I just really enjoyed working with you on this project, and I think you did such a good job. You really kind of dove into it, and I thought it, you know, was very thoughtful. For me, as a planner, I'm so interested in thinking about this idea of the design of spaces and the engagement, because I think it, as you were saying, it's about learning to not see or fear the people who aren't even really there. So it's so much about people's experience of the space, and the audit process is a way to do that, and the guidelines can help. But I guess I wanted to hear you talk a little bit more about how you imagine this might become something that creates more of an ongoing approach to doing this, where it becomes something that happens frequently, or that can be used to help create a different feeling or ownership for people of different spaces, and also kind of a different culture around how we think about these issues in spaces. Do you have any thoughts about this kind of the next step, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely thought about even just professionally becoming a consultant on it and kind of sending it out to different firms, because I highlighted that it's not on anyone's radar. And I'm hoping that kind of through publishing it and talking about it, that it becomes kind of a more common part of just normative discourse and practice. But I really think, in all honesty, it's going to take, I mean, educators. I took Charlton Lewis's Race and Gender by Design class, and I thought that class should have been required, in all honesty, for all incoming students. And I really think, you know, we could be teaching whole design studios about what it means to design safe and secure spaces for women. And I think it starts there. And my hope is that, you know, through that and through students implementing it, people talking about it if it gets published, that it just starts to infiltrate and people think about it like ADA guidelines or environmental regulations. And I think cities, in all honesty, they could have a program or something that starts to require developers and designers to, I don't know if it's just to think about or to kind of show in some way that they're thinking about these guidelines. I haven't thought much about that, but I think there are so many levels that we can start to kind of infiltrate.
I was very struck by how you talked about the surrounding buildings and areas around Republic Square, and you know, they clearly didn't think about that, even though they were right across the street from a park. You know, they didn't do much to engage with it on any level. But I was thinking more like, would a group like CNU start doing women's safety audits of different places and publicizing the results? And you know, how do you get to a point where no one would put a hotel in without being kind of more conscious or thoughtful about those issues? So I guess I'm looking for how do we bubble it up?
And bring it to the surface. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely think, putting it out to organizations like CNU and I'm trying to think, even in, like I said, teaching the studios, I think even sending out some type of newsletter, like I even thought of sending it to City Lab because I know most people read that, and hoping that, it would reach enough people that it would start.
You could think about writing a short piece to send to City Lab yourself.
And send.
Yeah,
I do that.
That would be great. Okay, I'm going to stop because I know we are short on time. I want to let other people speak.
Hey, Emily, this is Megan Scornia. Thanks for inviting me. Thanks, Dean, for inviting me. This was really great. I liked how you really talked about something I struggle with a lot, is the fact that, you start to get embroiled in this and you're like, why do we have to do all this when, we could just educate people and maybe they'll behave better. But the fact is that that's, the results of hundreds or maybe thousands of years of patriarchal societies. And, we can't undo that in a day. So I really like how you focused on just, this is what it is and how can we get women to feel safe in public spaces right now, which I thought was really interesting. And as far as kind of pushing this out there, I'll email you offline, but I have some ideas for that as well. But I'm also going to pass this on to our team that's working on Brush Square right now and see if there's anything useful that they can use as they kind of move into design there.
Yay, thank you.
Thank you.
This is Bob Patterson. I'm actually on the next panel, but I enjoyed listening. And I had a question for both of you and Dean.
Definitions are towards, directed at.
Oh, hold on. Alexa's going to answer the question.
Instead of, or in place of, and because.
Okay, so within the smart growth movement, they kind of embraced the crime prevention through environmental design concepts from Oscar Newman's early work. And then that moved into what we call the second generation literature of crime prevention through environmental design. But it is kind of a telling problem that it never really addressed gender. When you look through that literature, it's kind of it's not viewing it through the experience of the person, it's viewing it from kind of a physical determinism standpoint. But I do think the third generation work that they were doing in the UK with community-based safety audits, those were pretty interesting. I wasn't sure if you'd had a chance to kind of delve into the European work, which I think has gone farther than the US work.
So that's actually where I got, or where I learned about the crime audits. So I know in SIPTED, the passage that I referenced, it was kind of just a little blip, a couple paragraphs, and he talked about kind of all the European models, and I want to say Australian models as well, where they were starting to do those public crime audits. And that's where I kind of traced them to the women's safety audit.
Yeah, it's an interesting, I do think you should publish it. I think it'd be well received. And I think it was a nice presentation.
Thank you.
So Emily, I also agree. Unfortunately, it's a very original piece of work. And I appreciate the graphic clarity, especially with the case study around Republic Square, the diagrams and everything you did to kind of illustrate how those concepts actually are sort of engendered in the physical environment. And I could easily see this, it's more work, of course, but as this sort of set of case studies expands and begins to look at different types of situations in cities, I could see a sort of version of like the NACTO street design manual, or something that really sort of goes out there. And I will say, I don't know what the situation is with the university, but assuming it goes back to normal, I'm certainly happy to contribute resources, to help with, publication or whatever you need in order to get this out there.
Cool. I definitely, I thought about that. I referenced the NACTO diagrams and how they laid that out when I was thinking about graphics. And I even thought, I do think that there are probably nuances that are captured in different types of public spaces. I chose Republic Square because I thought it captured a variety of different types of public spaces, but I know that a lot of these guidelines, I'm sure they kind of change and morph depending on the public space that they're applied to. So I could see that kind of being a set or a series of how they change.
Emilie, I just want to congratulate you on really tying this into such a nice, clear presentation, and also to echo Liz and just say I loved working with you on this, and you really challenged some of the ideas that I had about the direction this might go, and our conversations really helped me a lot too. So thank you for that. And I also want to just encourage you to present and stand up for the amount of work and thought and numerous iterations and studies that you have put into this, because you already have the beginning of multiple case studies of other sites. Yeah. I've seen it, it's great. So the kind of work that Dean's describing in terms of expanding this would certainly still be a huge undertaking, but you have the bones of it already, and you've done a lot of great thinking and pre-diagramming that I'd love to see continue to develop in some form. And then I also just want to underscore the multiple scales that you were thinking of, and how you really investigated through multiple lenses while foregrounding a truly feminist attitude towards these issues of embodied experience, situational knowledge, and by reframing these issues of urban environments through that, you're adding this huge gift to the conversations around how we use space, how it can be more successful, and how we signal who it's for, and that it is intended for a broader audience that it's currently serving. So I'm very proud of you, and excited to find ways for you to continue working on this, and obviously happy to help in any way that I can. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you. Yay. Any last comments? Thank you all so much for listening. It was a good kind of culminating into it. I wish it could have been in person, but I really appreciate all of you being here.
I mean, I just want to say congratulations on the work. It's very personal, directed, thorough, and I think it represents all the things that a joint MDS PR is meant to be. I also just, have to say that beyond this particular body of work, I've really, really enjoyed having you in the urban design program overall. I think you've really been an exemplary student, your entire time while you've been here. So,
thank you so much.
Congratulations as well.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Okay, Emilie, congratulations.
Yay.
And we'll move on to the next presentation.
Thank you. Congratulations.
So let's say, John, I believe you're up next. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right.
All
Ball's in your court.
right, Jake should be getting on here soon. Let's see here.
And did you manage to invite some guests from Montana, was it?
Yeah, they're going to be watching on the SOA live stream.
Okay.
In terms of screen sharing, I've got host disabled participant screen sharing.
I'm the host now.
Okay.
Do I need to? Yes. Okay. So I need to do what? I need to make you a co-host, which I just did.
Okay. Should we wait for Jake?
You might give him a minute or two.
Okay.
since he was pretty central to what you've been working on.
That he was.
So John, are you headed back up there after you graduate, or?
Hard to say. I don't know. We'll see. It's hard to feel like I have any information to make an informed decision on right now.
Yeah.
So definitely for July and August, going to be headed up to Montana. The idea of an Austin August without Barton Springs is pretty daunting.
Fair enough. I see Jake's on now, so
Great.
you're good to go.
Okay, fantastic. All right, my name is John Halverson. This is my PRMDS school zone, a new model for suburban development in Montana. We're going to be talking about some pretty broad, conceptual, heady topics here. So I just want to start by zooming in to one person in particular, and that person is Dustin Priest. Dustin Priest was 16 years old when he was hit by a pickup and killed in Lockwood, Montana on January of 2013. And Montana Highway Patrol called the incident a tragic accident and a perfect storm. And, while the driver of that vehicle certainly didn't set out to kill anyone that night, Dustin's death was not an accident. It was the predictable outcome of a combination of policy and market decisions made at the federal, state, and local level. These policy decisions that form the political and physical structure of the city, and that both the pedestrian walking down the side of the street without a sidewalk and the man behind the vehicle, those are rational actors making the best decisions they have within the structure of the city around them. So in addition to the death toll and the human cost of the way that we develop suburbs in Montana, there's also a really unacceptable fiscal and capital cost to local governments and everybody involved. And continued growth, the way that we're doing it right now in Montana, is going to continue to needlessly waste human capital, vast amounts of money and treasure, and is going to kind of squander the beautiful natural heritage of our state. So with that intro, I'm going to zoom. So this is the area kind of at stake that we're talking about. And these are the new middle schools that are being built, that were recently built in Montana, that are having really influential impacts on the way that we're developing our suburbs in Billings. So I'm going to propose some changes on how we do this. Zooming way out, where the big trends that are happening in cities right now across America are, of course, the return to the city by millennials and baby boomers, and more specifically, the peak millennial generation, the largest cohort that is transitioning into later life cycles of housing, that as they reach their 30s, they are looking for different kinds of housing with their increased earning power and the needs of a family. And they have an unprecedented level of choice in making that decision. And their preferences are largely urban compared to earlier generations. They value walkability, they value amenities. And as they reach their 40s, and many millennials start families, the quality of school district is going to be really pivotal in their decision on where to locate. So what does this mean for Montana? Most people think of Montana and they think of kind of the tourism kind of Montana, where Montana is just this vast, inexhaustible wilderness of open land where you are the only one hiking, you are the only one fly fishing, you are the only one mountain biking, and you're the only one on the open road, and that we have more land than we could possibly waste. But in reality, these three largest metropolitan areas, Missoula there in maroon, Bozeman in light blue, and Billings outlined in the dark blue, these metropolitan areas are experiencing really significant population growth. Here you can see kind of boom and bust population growth over the last 70 years, but a significant trend of really strong population growth. Obviously in Bozeman is kind of the poster child of really intense population growth, but outpacing the nation at large, and having some negative effects in terms of affordability. Bozeman is, of course, the paragon of suffering affordability, but other cities in Montana are experiencing significant rises in the cost of housing, and Montana's housing price index passed up the national average sometime just before the recession. So in terms of Montana's demographics, we're seeing a, let's see here, sorry. Montana has an aging population, more so than America. America's population is aging, Montana's population more so. We have a lot of people over the age of 55 in the state. And then in those three biggest MSAs, Billings especially has the darkest blue and red bars that you see there are Billings, and Billings especially has an aging population. In terms of the economics of the Billings area that we're looking at, this is a study that was put out by Landmark Development for part of their One Big Sky Center was recently kind of stalled out economic development project in the downtown of Billings, but paints kind of a tepid picture of the economic outlook of Billings. You can see that the GDP growth is kind of tracking pretty closely with oil, and really what this means for Billings in the next decade, as a significant percentage of the workforce moves toward retirement, that we are going to be competing with these other MSAs, with Bozeman and Missoula, for a millennial workforce, for the firms that create those high-paying jobs that attract those well-educated millennials who have the preferences that I mentioned earlier, and that Billings is at somewhat of a disadvantage in that competition. Now, School District 2 here, Yellowstone County, which is, Billings is at the center of that. Billings is the central urban area of this MSA, is served by 16 school districts, and those funnel into 6 different high school districts. And the district in yellow there, number 2, is the Billings School District. That's the largest district in the state of Montana. Now, if we look at the facilities that School District 2 operates, you can see a very clear upward trend in the acreage of these sites. This is consistent with national trends, and you might just think that this is a product of more students per school. Thus, the schools are getting bigger, but you see also on a per student basis, these facilities are growing as well. So just the acreage of the schools is really exploding. Which brings us to our primary case study, Ben Steele Middle School. This is a product of a 2013 bond election. There were part of 2 middle schools that were built as part of that election. And it was in a reaction to a accreditation crisis in the school district due to overcrowding. So they were able to shuffle some grades around and build some new, really flagship facilities in the city here. You can see that these facilities are kind of on the outskirts of town. Ben Steele there on the left, and Medicine Crow Middle School on the upper right. And the siting process for these schools is really revealing as to kind of the standard practices. So Medicine Crow, it was recommended to be about a mile from this existing facility, Castle Rock, and but they decided rather to build it a little further away across the pedestrian barrier of Highway 87. It's a pretty well-sited facility. It's got the Kiwanis Trail, multi-use trail right there that connects it to a lot of the city and makes it easy for students to access on bike or on foot. Ben Steele, on the other hand, again, was recommended to be within 1 mile of Will James on the right side there. You can see that it was built more than 3 miles away on a 35-acre site that the school district had bought about 10 years prior to the bond election. And you can also see, so the way that I collected a lot of data for this PR was through interviews, and through those interviews, I learned that the purported considerations for this school siting process were safe routes to school and proximity to existing populations. Now, the reason that this 40-acre, 35-acre site is so far out here is you can see that as you move closer to the city, it's just hard to find that big of a site. And so these bigger sites, starting to build the trend of bigger sites having to locate further out from development. And really influential in this siting process, you can see Grand Avenue right there. That's got a water line underneath it. So that water line really drove down the development costs for this site. And throughout the interviews, it became very clear that perception that a school needed to be sited on 40 acres was really the driving factor behind siting, that the other considerations of population proximity and safe routes to school were essentially subordinate to the perception that they needed upwards of 40 acres. And you can see here in terms of water service that it's really contributing to this really fragmented infrastructural environment where Medicine Crow is out in a special water district where they pay a markup for water, and Ben Steele has kind of sparked this little island of development around it. So if we look at these blue dots on here, these are the middle schools that School District 2 operates. And there's also the clear upward trend. So why is that happening? If we take a closer look at those blue dot facilities right there, this is what we see. Over time, the upward trend, and it might appear that the landscape, which is clearly the largest growing segment, is responsible for this site increase. But again, through interviews, it became clear that it's actually these athletic facilities that parents and community groups are demanding. I talked to Dusty Eaton, who is an architect who worked on a lot of these school sites, who works across the state on school site design. And just every time they go to build a new school, there's a community group that comes forward and says, let's co-locate athletic facilities here. And those athletic facilities bring with them, increased stormwater runoff and increased event parking requirements. So it's really those athletic fields that are driving the increase in site acreage. In terms of pedestrian facilities around the school site, there were basically no sidewalks around this school site when it went in. And so the city and the school district had to coordinate to put in facilities here at a significant revision of the city's capital improvement plan diverting funds to this area. So you can see how the city kind of took the lion's share of that infrastructural cost, and assuming that, you know, this is money that came from otherwise productive areas of town that could have used the infrastructure as well, and we're kind of underwriting this this suburban development by, you know, redirecting funds to it. Now the school site itself is essentially designed from the arterials back into the site. The school is set back to, you know, get away from the nuisance and the danger of arterial traffic and the noise and particulate that it generates. The building is angled for to protect the rear courtyard from wind, and then the athletic facilities are basically just there, kind of filling in all that acreage, and it does have the option to expand and build an elementary school on this site. Of note here are the pedestrian connections coming from the adjacent subdivision, those trails coming through there. Those were not coordinated. The developer put those in before the school was built. And you can see how all those lots that front the school, they don't actually front it, they back up to it. And there's just a long line of vinyl fence across that edge of a great urban amenity. From the standpoint of, let's see here, from the standpoint of walkability and safe routes to school. Oh, someone needs to mute their mic, please. Okay, from the standpoint of safe routes to school and the surrounding development, Montana uses a 3-mile walk zone. If you live within a 3-mile walk of your school, according to the state of Montana, you have the reasonable option of walking to school. Therefore, if you want to ride the bus, you need to pay. This is known colloquially as free outside of 3. If you live outside of 3 miles, you ride the bus for free. So you can see here how the ratio of people who live within 3 miles as the crow flies and people who live, households within 3 miles as the child walks, is about 61%. Now, 3 miles is taking a 3-mile walk would, for an able-bodied adult under good conditions, would take 45 minutes. So I think to ask a child to walk 3 miles in Montana, given our climate, is pretty unrealistic to base free busing on that. Canada, our neighbors to the north, with a similar geographic distribution of their population and similar climate, they use a 1.5 mile walk distance. And I think that's a lot more realistic. And it would have some implications for busing costs, but just in terms of measuring which students have a real option of walking to school, I think it's useful. So you can see here the percentage of households within a 3-mile radius that are within a 1.5 mile radius that are within a 1.5 mile walk is about 57%. I think that's probably a product of the clustering of development around the school that you see there. Over time, as this builds out, it's likely that a lot of households within that 1.5 mile radius will not be within 1.5 mile walk of the school. So using that percentage of walkability there, of Euclidean to network distance, is a good way to measure the quality of the development in terms of providing students that can walk to the school and reducing the cost burden of busing for the school district. And we'll return to that later on. In terms of the development in this area, you can see that about 40% of the land area within this 1.5 mile radius is currently developed, and that there are significant differences between the county and city development occurring in this area. That city development is about 3 times as valuable per acre and 3 times as dense as the county development. That is due to a lot of factors that we're going to get into just in a few minutes here. But you can see how if you project out this development to fill in this area, you get really different counts of students who are going to be able to walk to school in the future. So whether we limit, beneficial behaviors through development, the beneficial behaviors of walking and active transit, or if we encourage it through development by developing at city densities, will have big implications not only for the health and safety of the students who go to school there, but for the school district financially as well. So I'm hoping to explain through this presentation basically the how all these actors who are involved in city building act rationally given their own motivations and their own constraints and things like that, but how they're in a classic tragedy of the commons dynamic, their actions add up to a pretty dysfunctional aggregate outcome. So we're going to go briefly over some of these things, the historical foundations of why we develop land the way we do on our suburbs, why school sites have become so large, the land use outcomes, the fragmented local government in these areas, the health outcomes of this kind of development, the fiscal outcomes, and then looking forward to a way out of it by using the old wisdom of small bets and incremental growth. So let's see here. As any good story in planning, ours starts with the Industrial Revolution, which of course gave birth to the planning profession and saying, let's separate residences from these industrial areas. And that separation impulse is going to be a through line as we move through this story. And then also around the same time, we have the ongoing challenge of urban domesticity. How do you safely raise a family in a city? And the American answer to this has basically been, don't do it. Don't raise your family in the city. You can move your house out to the edge. Everyone can do that, and it's totally feasible. And over time, this gets solidified, of course, through the Federal Housing Administration, the Veterans Administration, home loans, creates cheap suburban housing. The Interstate Highway Act creates, a way to get to all that housing via your vehicle, and really binds these two kind of environments together, that you can't have the suburbs without a lot of cars. Now, this kind of development has had really, mixed outcomes. That every year in America, this is on an upward trend right now. In 2017, 37,000 Americans were killed and 2.7 million Americans were injured in traffic crashes. This is twice any comparably developed nation. And Montana, despite being one of the least populous states in America, is the 7th deadliest state by vehicle miles traveled. So that 37,000 might not seem like much considering what COVID can do in 2 months, but that 2.7 million injuries, that represents a big loss of human capital and human potential there. So ever since the cars started coming onto city streets, they have been killing children in their droves. In 1910, traffic deaths were the leading cause of death for children between 5 and 14. Before cars were on the streets, streets were slow environments where kids could play. But as soon as cars came onto the streets, fast moving, adults figured out pretty quickly that we need to get kids off the street. And this gave rise to the American Playgrounds movement, which sought to create separated spaces for children in which to play, and really yielded the public environment of the street to the automobile. So given all this carnage on our streets and our public realm, it's really no wonder that parents are not allowing their children to roam as far as they used to. This is a great graphic that shows over the course of 4 generations the free range area of children has really shrunk significantly. That an 8-year-old the great grandfather at the age of 8 in 1919 was able to walk 6 miles to go fishing, and today the 8-year-old great grandson has only the ability to go about 300 yards. And you know what this means. This is a great source on this. Dr. Alexandra Lang has studied this in really great detail. Shows that the individual impulse to create a safe enclave where you can raise your children safely and you have to drive to everything, that works for the individual, but it creates a public realm. It creates a city that is very dangerous to move around, especially if you're not behind the wheel of a vehicle. And really what that does is it means that in most American suburbs today, the American dream of your kid walking to school, coming home, grabbing a snack, going and playing with the other children in the neighborhood until dinner or dark is really a thing of the past. Whereas now parents are obligated to chauffeur their children to and from formal activities and demand that school sites have have regional park capacity and athletic facilities in order that parents might combine vehicular trips. So all this aggregate history and time and rational actors has come to where we are designing athletic facilities and park facilities to be to combine vehicular trips rather than creating recreational facilities that every child can walk to throughout the city. And it creates an environment of dependence where the child is dependent on the parent to drive, the parent is dependent on the car and the cheap oil to get around, and the whole family is dependent on the single income. And hopefully you don't need 2 incomes and have to pay for childcare in some way. So these acreage standards, the institutions that, the organizations that promulgated guidance on minimum acreage standards for elementary schools have, 30 years ago or so, they abandoned these minimum acreage standards that you see here up on the top of the screen. But in effect, those acreage requirements have lingered on in the culture of school districts, and to where school districts in Bozeman here are seeking out sites. They just built a new high school on about 50 acres on the edge of town that has required a big revision of the CIP and things like that. And so, these schools, that is why schools are getting bigger. So from a land use standpoint, schools are being considered as the advanced scouts of sprawl. They, when a school decides to go build out on the edge of town, it's not too long before developers start snatching up land and developing suburbs. These are quotes from interviews of local developers in Billings that clearly display the value conferred by a public school to the private sector in terms of just demand for proximity to a good school. And this has resulted in this kind of fragmented local development where you can see how Ben Steele is out there and then all this development happens around it. And you get these infrastructural archipelagos around the edge of town. And this is also a result of Montana's really strict annexation statute. Now, in terms of the fragmented local government, it's important to note that schools and cities have really interesting land use interactions. And in a recent case where a school district tried to demolish a historic school building, and then the city tried to block them, or community members tried to block them, the court decision said this, that cities may not exercise any power that applies to or affects a school system. And while it may be reasonable for a school district to demolish a building or divest of a capital asset if they need to, for a city to comply with this statute is impossible. Zoning, which is explicitly entitled or enabled in this to cities, has all kinds of effects on the tax base that a school draws from, on the student population that a school draws from, and on how much busing a school district is going to need to provide to that student population. And that, state statute just really doesn't acknowledge the overlapping effect and interest of local governments in land use planning, which is also exhibited here. Water, in terms of water use in Montana is extremely important determining factor in development. If you have water, you're going to grow. If you don't, you are not going to grow. And state law really is preferential to individual septic and well systems. And again, limited annexation powers have led to a rise in the Billings MSA population, while the city population has completely stagnated over recent years. So now we're going to look at some of the health outcomes and compare these MSAs, these three MSAs here in terms of their health outcomes. You can see Billings there on the lower right in Yellowstone County, which is kind of the dipper-shaped county there. Yellowstone County's health data right now is not fantastic. You can see really pronounced rates of obesity and overweight among adults. The gap between Montana and Yellowstone County is really clear. And even in childhood overweight and obesity rates, we are ahead of the pack in a bad way. And it seems like that inversely correlates with the active commuting mode share. Billings has about a third of the active commuting mode share that those other two MSAs do. And for millennials looking for places to live, these kind of indicators are really important. And this trend has real implications for Billings' economic development prospects in the next decade. In terms of fiscal outcomes for these local jurisdictions, School District 2 has spent the last 15 or 20 years kind of lurching from crisis to crisis. In 2002, a teacher strike lasting 20 days has left these lingering resentments and is affecting the operations there. And then an accreditation crisis in the early teens led the district to build these two new really big flagship facilities. And now the school district is facing a $4 million budget deficit and is cutting, music and arts and advanced placement classes and things like that to make up for that budget shortfall. And in addition to this, if you are running this school district and you want to know, here are my facilities, how much does it cost? What are my operating expenses on each of these facilities? School District 2, until just in February, did not collect operating expense data on a by facility basis. So you can't look at Ben Steele or any of these other high schools and say, I know for certain it cost me X to operate this facility. The purple dot there on the upper right, the most recent purple dot is Skyview High School, which I learned is costing $20,000 a month in the summer to irrigate that facility. That's just one cost that they were able to isolate. But generally, not being able to track costs in this way is really detrimental to the fiscal solvency of this institution. So we're going to be going forward, kind of looking at how this development affects the fiscal solvency of a lot of these local jurisdictions, and through the lens of this kind of strong towns ideal of, you know, complexity versus complicated. And the way that we're developing is more of a complicated system that requires stasis in all the inputs, not a complex system that can adapt. So I'm going to try to show you not too many quotes here to read from, but the dynamic here is that the city is being surrounded by low density 1 acre county development, and which you know, hems in the city growth. And then that county growth is not adaptable and is locked in at a very low value for however long, and that we are, you know, trading out this our agricultural natural heritage, our rural heritage of farmland, of you know, really productive farmland in the Yellowstone Valley, and we are getting something in exchange that is pretty harmful to our long-term long-term maintenance liability. So going back, you can see how the county development here is the water, sorry. Statute in Montana governs that, you know, certain offsets between wells and septic systems, and that results in usually lots between 0.5 and 1.5 acres. High nitrogen levels from years of farming means that those water systems have to be computerized and have a lot of, you know, required maintenance and things like that. So the area that we're talking about here, the area to the left of that red line there, surrounding Elder Grove and Ben Steele, is about 11,000 acres, which over the course of the coming decades is likely to be peppered with, you know, privately maintained wells and septic systems. A number of the wells are likely to drop. The water tables are going to drop. A number of the septic systems are likely to fail and cross-contaminate other wells. And the city is going to eventually be brought into this problem here. So the 20 to 50 year maintenance outlook on this kind of development is not fantastic. So the second part of this that I want to talk about is this this locked in at a very low value aspect of this kind of development, and that's a product of this dendritic thoroughfare system. Dendritic just means tree-like. It's where the 1 mile arterials that you see there in red are the trunk of the tree, and the neighborhood streets branching off of that are the branches. So the developer incentive here is that, you know, they know that traffic is very dangerous, and their tool for controlling traffic is to create bad connectivity within that 1 mile grid. So that's their incentive. That's a rational action for them to take, which in aggregate creates a city where destinations such as schools and any commercial use have to be on that 1 mile arterial, where a car is absolutely necessary to do any trip, and where these winding interior streets and the parcels that are drawn off of them are not in any way flexible to demographic or economic changing conditions. That, you know, that's always going to be residential, and the only place you're going to have room for commercial is off of these arterials. Yeah, so these lots are never going to support more intense uses or ADUs or duplexes or anything like that. In instances where residents front onto these arterials, this is unusable frontage. This is 54th, where the school district and the city built a sidewalk, 2 sidewalks at significant expense. And as you walk down those sidewalks, you have vinyl fence to look at. By comparison, in Austin's Hyde Park, you can see how zoning and blocks that are served by alleys create opportunities for in-place incremental wealth building, where you can see a small cottage home has had a lot of addition added to the back of it. You can see a front door and then another door to a rear unit there. So adaptable development that allows for in-place wealth building. Whereas this is built out to the finished state and is not designed to change in any way. So it's a complicated system that relies on cheap oil, on one person to supervise and drive the children around, and it's pretty brittle. So coming back again to this slide here. One moment. So you can see the value per acre of this county development versus the city development. The county development is really unlikely, in the event that it ever needs to be annexed, is unlikely to support the kind of infrastructure with its value that it would require. So given that, you know, we're getting a lot of inflexible development, infrastructural archipelagos, fiscally unsustainable maintenance liabilities, and for the school district, where the demographic projections are really unreliable, that there's significant tax fatigue amongst the voters, and there's an inability to reliably measure the OPEX of your facilities, these jurisdictions would do well to embrace that old wisdom of small bets and incremental growth. In terms of precedent, we're just going to move quickly through this. This is, of course, the neighborhood unit. These are precedents for building neighborhoods around schools. This is the neighborhood unit by Clarence Perry, of course, 1929. This is a half-mile by half-mile area that includes an elementary school, parks, local shops, and residences. You can see even back then, he's looking at what we would consider a pretty small site right now, 600 by 600, and saying that this site is too big to fit into a neighborhood. So he's clearly designing within a context of small blocks. A great example of a neighborhood unit right here in Billings, Montana is the Central Heights neighborhood, which is the school was built in 1962. You've got your park acreage split between the school and a park there. Really important is the commercial buffer that buffers the school site from the arterial traffic. Ben Steele does not enjoy a buffer like that. And we're looking at similar density to the development, slightly denser than the development happening out on the periphery right now, at a slightly lower, at a lower value. Our next precedent that we're going to look at here is Columbia, Maryland, developed from 1967 to 1990. It's huge developments, over 115,000 acres, based around these one center node and then smaller village center, town centers and village centers. And then those village centers look like this, where it really cellular construction, and each neighborhood center has with it a school, each village center has with it a school and commercial. Now you can see here basically that the way that these are laid out, you have large blocks. The vehicular connections there in white are large. You have a lot of cul-de-sacs. So you have great pedestrian connectivity for children to move from their home to the school, and you have really poor vehicular connectivity and low density development here. This is a pretty clear child of Radburn, where pedestrian connectivity is basically seen as something that children will use, and vehicular connectivity is for adults. So where walking and bicycling are seen as things that children do, you really only get internal connectivity and not larger city connectivity. And then on the right is a subdivision in Billings, pretty close to Ben Steele, that exhibits some of the same characteristics. Back in Columbia, you can see on the upper left here, this is Ian McHarg, Designing with Nature. saying that the status quo way of developing a subdivision says, you know, scatter all your buildings out, use the parcel space, and destroy quite a bit of environment and habitat. And the lower left is his adaptation to cluster development. Still, you can see pretty poor vehicular connectivity, but at least the habitat is maintained. So then over on the right, kind of corresponding to the images on the left, you can see how the first neighborhood on the bottom right was developed with this conservation, and the upper development, basically as economics and demographics changed, had to get rid of all those pedestrian connectivity amenities. So our final case study here is Josephine Crossing. This is in Billings. This happened in the 2010 abouts in there. A really wide range of housing type and value, relatively short block lengths, and you can see how a single loaded street fronting a park gives a high level of public access, and an array of parks along these streets creates a lot of parkfront real estate and value there. So, you know, whereas all the things we've just run through, all the cultural and historical and political forces that led to the kind of development we're seeing in Billings right now, and all of its bad outcomes, therefore, I want to propose the school zone, which is a growth management tool for local jurisdictions to coordinate and leverage investment in public schools, leverage that value to the private sector to create development that has fiscally sustainable maintenance liabilities, a resilient tax base, steadier student populations, has more students within walking distance, and reduces tax fatigue by having a greater value per acre. For the private sector developer, I'm hoping that this will have provide greater flexibility and more value. And to private citizens, of course, we're hoping for greater housing choice and transportation choice, and that parents will be able to allow their children to move about their neighborhood in good conscience with a reasonable expectation of safety. So what is the school zone? The school zone, coming back to this graphic that you're well familiar with now, the school zone is this 1.5 mile radius area that basically is a set of subdivision requirements governing connectivity, parkland dedication, use mix, and density. Now, in terms of the city of Bozeman talks about these 100-year decisions that are gonna, you know, last forever once you make them. So, well, for 100 years. Anyway, so this is the Jeffersonian grid. This is the 1 mile grid. This is the trunk of the dendritic tree. Obviously, you know, having those branches in there would raise that area coverage a little bit. But what you're seeing is of the area within 1.5 miles, this is the area coverage that you're going to get within a 1.5 mile walk. Now, perfect connectivity would be about 63%. So once you add these diagonals that you see on that right graphic there, your connectivity starts to really ramp up as you make your grid finer. So examples of the character of this kind of grid that this kind of grid yields, you have to go, a great place to see this is in Meridian, Idaho, which is right outside of Boise. You can see how it's very placeless, how it's auto-dependent, how your arterials are, you know, all your traffic is there, and where you have residential frontage again, you need to fence it off. At a half mile, you can see our connectivity is improving quite a bit, starting to see some dividends there. And then the half mile grid you can find in an area of Billings here, where yes, we do still have arterials, but some of our streets are starting to support a lot of different uses and being slower, and your grid is starting to distribute. Now, this is a quarter mile grid that can be found in, you know, well-loved neighborhoods all over Montana. The upper one is Billings, Montana, where you can see the quarter mile grid is a distributed grid That blue framed image is a Parkland Elementary, where it's on a slow, relatively quiet street and has good connectivity because it's a smaller grid. And even going down from there, even in areas of apparent discord, such as in the slant streets of Missoula, the quarter-mile grid is still present and creates really nice street environments. So you can see in application how this grid could, in the remaining areas to be developed around Ben Steele, create good connectivity. Boy, I'm really going over time, aren't I? So within this, we want to make sure that the character of our streets is safe. So we're going to limit everything to 25 miles per hour. I'm just going to move pretty quickly through this since we're running out of time here. I don't want everyone to be late. So we've got arterials, collectors, and neighborhood streets. And within those grid cells, developers are going to determine where the streets are. The arterial section, all these street sections are designed to calm traffic, to create a sense of enclosure, and on the arterial to create useful frontage. And of note here is that the sidewalk and the bike lane are up on the curb, and these planted areas can serve as snow storage. There's your collector, and then the neighborhood street designed to be slow enough to not require a bike lane. And then your park path, which is that diagonal. This is a non-vehicular section, hoping to limit the opaque fence height to about 4 feet, so that people can see and be seen, and we get some passive surveillance benefits there. This is what we don't want. This is in Trails West, right next to Ben Steele, where just, yeah, vinyl fence. So here is the vehicular street section for the park path. Based on this street in Missoula, East Pine, really pleasant one-way couplets with parallel parking. So in terms of block structure, we're going to take a cue from Little Bastrop, population like 7,000. They're developing everything on this Bastrop building block of a 330 by 330. And allowing under that certain perimeter guidelines for the blocks to take whatever shape they need, and limiting curb cuts for pedestrian safety. And so building out with blocks that you can see here, these blocks within these maximum perimeter of 1,800 feet can support these county level densities, but with curb cuts and pinch points, not curb bulb outs and pinch points, allow for a safe pedestrian environment. And these are infrastructural investments that serve as an armature for future investment. They're not locked in. The images on the far right there, you can see how these block structures are not adaptable over time. So you can see the same block over time can add density. We can, once the private value there justifies it, we can add street trees, and we can pave the alley once it's justified. In terms of parkland dedication, we're not allowing an in lieu fee, and trying to create pedestrian linkages, trying to create linkages in our pedestrian network through park dedications. Land uses, the name of the game here is to be flexible. This can definitely change if you build it out all at county density. That's fine. The only thing that can't change is that school zone core there, which I'll get into a little bit later. So in the strategy for acquiring sites, right now, of course, what you have to do is be on the arterial. We want to get off the arterial with a minimum of 2 rights of way. On the left here, you see Morningstar with 1 right of way is not sufficient for traffic congestion and emergency vehicle access. So 2 rights of way being the minimum. And of course, as you acquire more rights of way through here, through coordination with the county, school district, city, you increase the likelihood that you're going to create a neighborhood center. And then that's ideal connectivity right there. Now, the strategy behind the site is to go with a central school block and satellite facilities. This shows how much smaller a school site can be under this scheme. and how the block is oriented in much the same way as the Texas courthouse to create a landmark and to elevate the school as a landmark and wayfinding device, and elevate it within our society as well. And so you can use these different kinds. Larger school sites will probably use the 4-block square. And here you can see how this works out in practice. That you have within this quarter-mile school zone core, you are hoping to acquire a cluster of athletic facilities. And that's really, that quarter mile is about a 5-mile walk. Or sorry, the quarter mile is about a 5-minute walk. And there it is with the park path. And usually asking students to cross the street to access an athletic field would be anathema to public safety. But in this, we're trying to create a school town center where children crossing the street safely is a regular occurrence. And through a series of design interventions, we can calm traffic and make sure that that is safe to happen regularly. Here are also some strategies for existing sites. I'm not going to get into this right now. So we have an opportunity to prevent outcomes like this. Development is occurring all around Elder Grove School District in the county, and right now there is no jurisdiction that sees it as their job to build school sidewalks around that school. And so the outcomes of that are pretty predictable in terms of human capital and long-term capital. And we can either say that it's a perfect storm and an accident, or we can acknowledge that this is something that we have a role in creating. Thank you. Just under time.
Clap? Is that what we do?
Works for me.
Well, thank you very much, John. That was a, shall we say, comprehensive presentation.
A little too
I think we'll just open it to, questions from the visitors.
Yeah, nice job, John. I was curious, did you, like right now, your analysis at the moment is kind of using Montana as your point of reference for how to do things better in relation to schools. And the smart growth and the EPA, of course, have their own guides that have been put out on. There's a smart school siting tool that EPA created in 2015. Mm-hmm. And then in the national, there's a National Center for Justice and Health that did a healthy school siting manual with model subdivision and design codes called the Healthy School Guide, that was produced, I think, in 2016. But my question, I think there's a lot of parallels and overlaps with what you're proposing, although I see some things in yours that are different. The interesting thing is there's 50 states and there's 50 sets of rules, right, for what you're looking at.
Right.
The tricky thing with I think there's a couple of things going on here, right? One is Alabama, Texas, and Montana have statutes that relate to school siting. So in some levels, the locals actually have to pick a school of a given size because the statutes require it in some states. Mm-hmm. And other states, they provide flexibility. And it's up to the independent school districts to decide how big the site needs to be. So there's a minimum in some states. And I didn't know if Montana had a minimum in the state statutes or not.
Yeah, what I gleaned from my interviews of school district officials was that there's no guidance coming down from the state on siting.
Yeah, so like 20 states are really wide open, and then there's a bunch of other states like Florida, and I think Mississippi and Alabama had specific requirements. But then the other kind of, I'm a big fan of kind of co-location with parks and keeping them small and keeping them walkable. So you're kind of preaching to the choir to me. But I think the other thing that's driving this And if maybe they didn't talk about it in Montana, but I talked to the independent school facility planners in Central Texas. And there's kind of two things going. One, of course, is cost, which I think you've already identified. So when you buy it out on the edge, the land costs are lower because you don't net, right? And then and the extent to which the adjoining developer gives you a deal. So you mentioned that a subdivision went right up around it once the school was built. Sometimes if the parcel's bought from a prospective developer, they'll give them a sweet deal because they want to be co-located next to the brand new school with all the bells and whistles and all the new stuff.
Right.
But the other thing that's going on, which you kind of alluded to, is I think school facilities are getting bigger, not only because of parking and fields, but school facility planners are just padding for extra space because they've been caught in a crunch in other parts of their cities over time. And modular units is not the direction they want to go, but if they need to, they need that space.
Right.
So they're not encroaching the modular units onto the play fields or into the parking area.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's a couple factors at play that's driving that. Although plenty of guidelines from many different sources suggesting that's the wrong direction to go.
Yeah.
The other thing, and I think you did a Herculean job of tying multiple scales of influence together. I kind of wish you'd spent less time on the history and more time on the solution.
Yeah.
Because I felt like we rushed it a little bit there at the end.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing, of course, is Missoula was one of the places that we studied that had a problem with lack of street connectivity. And then actually about the time we did that, Susan Handy and I did that study way back on street connectivity. Missoula was one of our case studies where they basically said that, at least for one of your metro areas in Montana, that they were going to kill the street disconnectivity and embrace the older model from the older parts of towns and they do a better job of making it walkable and bikeable. So is the politics across those three, my impression is the politics of those three places is not the same though.
It's vastly different. Yeah.
Yeah. So it seems to me there's kind of a political culture element too to what you're arguing here. But anyways, I'll let others jump in and weigh in on it. But it was very impressive, very complete and comprehensive. And there's a lot of good information there. I'm kind of curious what you think of everything you presented. If the politics of the place isn't right for some of your arguments, what do you think the arguments are that would prevail in the political context? Because this is as much political as it is design, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the financial, just speaking conservative, putting it in dollars and cents, life safety is something that's going to work with some people, but the dollars and cents aspects of, we can't keep going on like this and pass on, these unsustainable maintenance liabilities to, people. We can't kick this can down the road for another 20 years or else we're going to be in real trouble, especially as we try to, draw a millennial workforce to our city.
Okay. All right. Again, nice job. I'm going to pass the baton over to Jake.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just going to, John and I have talked extensively on this project, so I don't want to hog any airtime here. I just wanted to, John and I have had that conversation a lot, and I think we have really landed on this idea of, like you said, kind of using the language of fiscal conservatism and safety of children. I mean, what more universal human value could there be than preventing children from coming to harm when it comes right down to it? So I think if to the extent he can cast his propositions in those languages, I think that's where they have the chance to go far.
So yeah, I agree. I think that the sort of agenda of trying to uncover or unpack all the hidden costs associated with all the kind of planning decisions, infrastructural and spatial planning decisions that these schools sort of catalyze is really, really interesting. And I may have missed it in that long presentation, but you kind of unpacked a whole bunch of reverberant implications, negative implications, and what those implications actually cost if you were to actually sort of fold them into the equation, so to speak. Did you at any point figure out, let's say using this case study, whether the costs associated, let's say the hidden costs associated with all of those decisions, were able to overcome the upfront, let's say, savings associated with the original sort of citing condition? Or do you know what I'm asking?
Yeah.
Like closing the circle, so to speak?
Yeah. So I did have a few people tell me that, people who were on the school district board for a long time, who said that they, probably ended up with the OpEx of those facilities in terms of busing and all those things, that they probably lost their savings by buying that far out, but nothing definitive.
Yeah, I think there's kind of a profound, argument here that, I don't know, in so much of planning, and, we've internalized this idea that, oh, it's smarter to just, buy more land than we need or plan for future growth, that we've convinced ourselves that that's efficient. And actually we need more analysis and so forth, but there's a lot of reason to believe that that's actually not this seemingly inefficient practice of, well, like John says, lots of small bets there might be some wisdom in how we used to do things.
I mean, I really appreciate the diagrams that you developed at the end. I'm obviously a fan of, I think Bob said as well, sort of these distributed sort of recreational territories and embedding them into sort of neighborhoods. I have this story of spending a summer in Amsterdam South, and there was an elementary school built into one of the housing blocks, and the urban space in front of it was used by kids during the day, but at night, all the people that lived in the housing, sat around the edge drinking wine while, local kids played soccer games in it. And it became a real place of public appearance and really gave a sense of community to that district. So the idea that you distribute the recreational fields within and around the density as opportunities for, community placemaking, let's say, especially in, today's pandemic world, seems absolutely correct to me and strategic.
Great. Well, I don't want to eat into John's time too much here. So thank you everyone for your comments, and should we move on?
Yes, and congratulations on a really thorough piece of work.
Thanks. All right.
Congratulations. Take care.
Yep.
So John, I just made you the co-host.
Great. Okay. Can y'all see my screen now?
Yes, it's up.
Okay, then I will dive right in. So for my PR and MDS research, I focused on evaluating vertical mixed-use development and ground floor retail space along Austin's core transit corridors So these are a lot of big terms I've thrown out right in at the beginning in the title, but we'll dive deeper into those as we go through the presentation. So just a quick introduction. As most of you probably know, the Austin metro area has been one of the fastest growing regions in America for the past decade. And obviously with this new population growth has come a lot of real estate development as the city and developers seek to house these new residents that are coming to Austin in droves. And as you can see from this photo showing the Central Business District and parts of the South Lamar corridor, downtown and the city's core transit corridors have really accommodated most of this new real estate development and growth. And through this process, new ground floor retail spaces have been introduced along the city's core transit corridors in these new vertical mixed use buildings. So to kind of understand the process of how these buildings got here and what's led to their form and placement, it's important to look at the local and national development context that influences real estate development in Austin. So really in Austin, there were two kind of big initiatives that led to this change. The first being the Envision Central Texas process. So Envision Central Texas is a nonprofit that was founded in 2001 to develop a common vision for the 5-county Austin metro area. And through this process, there are 4 possible development scenarios developed that you can see in this graphic. And through a pretty extensive process of community engagement and outreach, there was kind of a consensus drawn that Central Texans and people in the Austin metro area were really looking for a mixed use future, that they wanted to kind of go against the sprawl that had been happening in the city and really start to see mixed use development. And this directly led the city of Austin to develop Subchapter E, which is an update to the city's land development code that was approved in 2006. And what this did is it partly implemented a new zoning overlay that enabled vertical mixed-use development along the city's core transit corridors. As you can see in this graphic, highlighted in red are all of the city's core transit corridors and future core transit corridors as defined through Subchapter E. And due to some stipulations in Subchapter E, it pretty much forced these projects to be composed of ground floor retail and residential units, which is kind of the typical format that you'll see when I go through the development that's happened. And basically, once Subchapter E was adapted, it upzoned most of the commercially zoned parcels along all of these corridors to be open for vertical mixed use development. And in kind of an attempt to not just kind of blanketly apply this all over the city, there was an opt-in and opt-out process that the city went through with neighborhood groups to find the parcels that were most acceptable for vertical mixed-use development. But essentially what you got is that along all of these corridors, you can now build these types of buildings. So then moving on to the national context that influence this type of development in Austin, obviously the Back to the City movement has played a big role in seeing the demand for multifamily units in city centers and central neighborhoods grow. So after decades of a disinvestment in central cities in the 1990s, population and capital began returning to urban cores. So cities had become increasingly livable. In the years prior to that, they had become safer with better transit options. Sorry, some planes are flying really loudly overhead right now. And this was also accompanied by some demographic changes that led to an increased demand for urban living, including a growth in the traditional renting age. So people 20 to 29, that cohort had been decreasing, but it started to increase around this time. You also saw some baby boomers that were seeking to downsize and relocate to central cities. So the Back to the City movement really began in the 1990s and ramped up in the 2000s, which led to a lot of multifamily demand in central neighborhoods. In a response to this new development, development type emerged, which is often called the 5/1 type. It's called that because typically you have a ground floor podium made out of concrete with wood framed upper stories. And as you can see in these two examples from Austin, although this type of development can be found all over the country. They usually include ground floor retail spaces as well. Two other kind of characteristics of this typology is that these residential units are often wrapped around a central parking structure, which helps save on parking costs. And these buildings are often of a similar scale, typically over 100 units. This helps introduce some efficiencies and also helps attract institutional buyers when the developers seek to sell a project after development and stabilization. So as you can see through this, going through this quickly, the Back to the City movement increased multifamily demand, which also affected Austin. The 5/1 type emerged to kind of respond to this demand and create a development type that could be quickly applied in areas where new demand was seen. Subchapter E in Austin focused this demand specifically along the city's core transit corridors. And as part of this process, newly built ground floor retail spaces popped up all along the corridors. So as you'll see through the rest of my presentation, what I really sought to do in this study was to understand this new development and actually to go through and visit all of these projects and complete an evaluation of the developments and their ground floor retail spaces specifically. So in order to actually complete this evaluation, I had to kind of come up with some best practices that I could use to complete an evaluation. So I reviewed literature from planning, real estate development, architecture, and psychology. You can see some of my sources quickly that I used. And as I combed through this research, I pulled out all the relevant suggestions about how to create successful ground floor retail spaces. And then I started grouping them together into themes. And what I found by going through that process was that you can really condense what makes ground floor retail successful into these 5 pillars. And interestingly, I also found that they're very reliant on each other. A ground floor retail space can't succeed if it doesn't succeed within all of these areas. They're really all needed to foster success. I'll go through them quickly to provide a bit more detail, but the first one is that the environment around the retail space must be human scale. So fostering a sense of enclosure is very important for safety, sufficiently wide sidewalks that can accommodate all the needed activities and uses. Safety and protection, especially in Austin, these corridors are busy, they're noisy, so making people feel safe when they're along them is very important. And then you also have to have opportunities for interaction at the human scale. Public art, benches, seating, all of these will really work to make people feel safe and welcome in these spaces. Next, it's very important to have a unique sense of place in these developments. This can be accomplished through signage and landscaping, facade articulation and visual variation, ensuring that all of your retail spaces have good transparency so that people can see into them, can be invited into them, and then creating distinctive destinations through public spaces, anchor stores, basically just creating kind of a unique sense of place that would differentiate one development from another to make people want to spend their time there. Obviously, for retail to be successful, it needs to have people that are there to patronize it. So it needs to be lively and active. You need a critical mass of visitors, you need an exciting tenant mix, you need low vacancy, you need opportunities for browsing and leisure, and a synergy with adjacent uses. So obviously anything that you can do to bring people to these spaces and kind of make sure that the retail is activated and lively at all times, because especially for retail, kind of customers beget other customers. People want to be in spaces that feel active and they want to participate in that. Obviously, you need to have good access for your ground floor retail customers as well. So thinking about pedestrian access, bike access, vehicular access, and also just making sure that the actual retail spaces themselves can be easily entered, that there's not a bunch of stairs and ramps between customers and these spaces. And then all of this would really fall apart if when the customer enters the retail space itself, it wasn't of a high quality. So thinking about ceiling heights, retail space depths, Service access is very important for the operations of these businesses. And just in the long term, from a developer or owner's point of view, you want these spaces to be adaptable and flexible. You want to be able to respond to changes in retail trends and new tenants that pop up. So after I kind of defined these 5 thematic areas that help dictate the importance and success of ground floor retail spaces, I operationalized them by creating a rubric that I could actually use to go and assess all of these developments around Austin and see how they're performing. So next I'll talk about my actual evaluation and the results that I found. So through this study, I looked at 19 vertical mixed-use developments in the retail spaces along 5 corridors: South Lamar, South Congress, East Riverside, North Lamar, and Burnett. I chose these 5 corridors because they're all characterized as core transit corridors through subchapter E, and they're also all slated to receive streetscape improvements through the corridor mobility program. So once I identified the corridors, I used Google Maps and Street View, kind of comb through them and find all of the applicable developments. And for the purposes of the study, I only looked at developments that were mostly residential projects with ground floor retail. I didn't look at office buildings with ground floor retail that were along these corridors as well. And I did that because of kind of the synergy that you get between residential uses in ground floor retail spaces where residents can actually become customers. During this process, I also gathered some contextual data to kind of inform a bit more about the characteristics of such projects around Austin. So just a quick overview, I found that the median year of completion for these projects was 2014, which is in keeping with the fact that subchapter E was implemented in 2006. And with the Great Recession occurring in 2008, a lot of these projects kind of emerged right after the Great Recession as the multifamily housing market rebounded. The median number of stories for these projects is 4 for Austin. So a more fitting name for the type in the Austin context would probably be the 3/1 type, not the 5/1 type. And that's influenced by the height limits in the base zoning districts along the corridors, which are typically 60 feet. You're also influenced by compatibility, FAR, and site coverage standards. 74% of these projects use structured parking, which kind of reinforces the Texas donut typology as well. 74% of them were located on parcels zoned under the VMU overlay, which really shows the effects of subchapter E on spurring this new development. The average number of residential units was 280, in keeping with the efficiencies of building larger projects, and the average number of retail storefronts was 6. I also looked at retail vacancy for the purposes of this study, since it's often brought up as an indicator of success for ground floor retail. The way that I calculated vacancy in my study was that I counted the number of retail spaces in each project when I visited them to complete my assessment, and I counted the number of vacant spaces and just divided the vacant spaces by the total. And overall, I found that 58% of these developments have at least 1 vacant unit currently. And if you compare that to the overall retail vacancy for Austin as a whole, which was 4.3% in October 2019, it does seem like ground floor retail may have some issues with vacancy, which could be caused by kind of the novelty of this product type in the retail sector in Austin. So in February, I did go to all 19 of these developments and I completed my rubric assessments. And this is what I found by giving each of them a score. So the median score across all projects was 16 out of 25, which is only about 64%. So there's definitely room for improvement in a lot of these. Even the highest scoring developments scored around 80%. Obviously, it's difficult based on all of the different kind of factors that are pulling at development projects to make kind of the ideal or perfect ground floor retail space. But it is interesting to see the variation across the different projects. I thought that it was interesting that projects generally scored higher for human scale environment and retail space quality, which developers have a lot of control over and which are also controlled by design guidelines in subchapter E, whereas they generally scored lower for lively and active and easily accessible, which may be a bit more difficult for developers to control, because they may be based on existing transportation networks or just nearby uses. And there is also a lot of variation if you look at unique sense of place, which I also thought was interesting because this is something that developers can maintain precise control over, but that really takes a commitment to get right. So if we look at the scores by location on this map, you can see that most of the highest scoring projects were on South Lamar Boulevard and Burnett Road. And it also seems that because these corridors have seen these clusters of development happening, that projects may score higher if they're located in a cluster of similar VMU developments, maybe because more people are they're kind of feeding customers and visitors to each other. I also made some interesting observations during my site visits that I thought it was worth sharing about the physical environments and the tenants in these spaces. So the first one was that overall the street trees that I saw outside of these developments are too small to provide a sufficient shade, block noise, and reinforce physical protection. I thought that was interesting because all of the literature that I reviewed talked about the importance of street trees in helping enclose the space, and subchapter E does require street trees. But it seems like since these developments are still relatively new, it may just be the maturity of the trees that are not really providing those functions yet. I also thought it was interesting that due to Austin's warm climate, that awnings were lacking at a lot of these projects, and it was a pretty common strategy to use balcony overhangs as awnings. And subchapter E does require a certain amount of the sidewalk to be shaded. So I was often wondering when I visited these projects where the awnings were. Another thing that came up a lot is that a lot of the retail spaces across Austin in these vertical mixed-use developments are not located at grade, so you need to use stairs and ramps to access them. Obviously, for retail, you want it to be as easy as possible for customers to visit your store, so these spaces really inhibit a lot of activity. Also, just because these new developments are an effort to transition the corridors, there is a lot of conflict happening between the existing car-centric environment with curb cuts, parking lots in front of stores, and the lack of a general grid that makes it hard for these developments to succeed. And then some other interesting observations that I made during my site visits was about the tenants. There's definitely a predominance of service-based industries, service-based businesses such as nail salons, spas, dental offices, salons, and fitness studios. And creative office is also a pretty common ground floor use. So you're not seeing a lot of retail goods stores in these spaces. And a lot of the businesses, I would say probably over 90% of the businesses located in these spaces are local businesses versus national chains, which I was not really expecting. So to learn even more about kind of the corridors themselves and the development that's happening along them, I thought that I would look at some corridor case studies and later some development specific case studies. So this is a figure ground of the whole city of Austin, where I've highlighted the vertical mixed use developments in blue here along the 5 corridors that I looked at. And you can see that there's definitely some lower density of development along some of the corridors, such as East Riverside and South Congress. So I chose to take a closer look at South Lamar, specifically in Burnett Road, since they've seen a lot of the development thus far, and they've seen some of the higher scoring projects based on my evaluation. So South Lamar specifically has developed in 3 clusters. You can see one cluster right near Lady Bird Lake and another one just a bit south, and then a third one close to Highway 290. And this really happened in sequence. These projects developed right after subchapter E. These projects all emerged around 2014, and these projects have emerged a bit later in around 2016 and after that. You can also see by looking at the figure ground that because of the way that South Lamar runs, that there's a lack of grid in this area. And also, you can just generally see the state of the corridors right now and how these VMU developments really stick out in terms of the scale and the site coverage compared to the existing development. So looking at this first cluster right south of the lake, You can see that there is the railroad that runs parallel to South Lamar Boulevard at times, which constrains sites on the eastern side of the corridor. So here we have the first two VMU projects that South Lamar saw. And then moving further down to this, the densest cluster of VMU projects, you can see once again that the railroad is constraining parcels on the east side. You have some self-storage happening, some strip malls, gas stations. And then in contrast to that, you have this new vertical mixed-use development. All four of these developments were built around 2014. And then moving further south towards Highway 290, you can see these last three projects also responding to their scale. The railroad is no longer an issue at this part of the corridor, but there are some unique contextual pieces that affect them. Looking at Burnett Road kind of as a contrasting case study, because it's seen less vertical mixed-use development thus far, and it's a little bit more car-centric in general. You can see that Burnett Road here runs diagonally through these neighborhoods, which creates a lot of interesting intersections and parcel shapes. And as I stated, this corridor is still largely car dominant. So you can see from this overview that you still have some projects with these large parking spaces, and you do see some of these interestingly shaped parcels. This corridor has also seen a lot of self-storage development, and just in general, developments that have surface parking and curb cuts that would affect the walkability of these corridors. So there are three VMU projects along this corridor, and I'll look a bit further into one of them as an individual case study. So now I'll look at the developments individually. Since we've looked at things kind of at the corridor scale, I've chosen three projects to study further through case studies, kind of based on their scores through my evaluation and kind of just the interesting approach from each project. So the first case study that I'll look at is Lamar Union, which is pretty widely known throughout Austin as the location of Alamo Draft House, South Lamar. So this project was completed in 2014 on a 9-acre site. There are 442 apartments, 12% of which are affordable. The affordable units were provided in exchange for development incentives that the developers were able to claim through subchapter E, since the site is zoned under the vertical mixed use overlay. Overall, this project has 86,000 square feet of retail, 22,000 square feet of which fronts directly onto South Lamar. And as I mentioned, the Alamo Draft House is an anchor to this district, and it was existing on site when this site used to be more of a suburban strip center. So looking at the location of Lamar Union on the South Lamar corridor, you can see that it's located in the densest cluster of VMU projects. It was able to extend kind of further back from the corridor, almost, let's say, 2 residential blocks deep because of the existing strip center. And then moving even further down into a site plan of the site, you can really see immediately that the overall strategy for this development was to create a retail district. So highlighted in red are all of the different ground floor retail spaces. And then you have the Alamo Draft House Cinema at the rear of the site here. The whole project is kind of centered around this central road that leads visitors and people right back to the Alamo Draft House Cinema, being the main anchor. Parking for the project is spread between a large structure located at the back and then these kind of tuck under / underground parking underneath the 2 front buildings. These 2 buildings also have residential units above, whereas the back structure and Alamo Draft House Cinema just have residential units that wrap around them. So since this project looks specifically at corridor fronting ground floor retail, I looked specifically at just the retail on the South Lamar frontage here. So you can see that kind of strategically, the 2 corners of this central road are there are restaurants located there with outdoor patio spaces highlighted with this kind of orangish pink color. And Also looking at these spaces, you can see that there are currently 2 vacant retail units in this building. Overall, you can see that there's a pretty good variation in retail space sizing. So you have some pretty small units ranging into bigger units that can accommodate restaurants. There is a loading dock that's located pretty strategically right behind the retail. And you can see highlighted in this darker gray that there's a circulation within the tuck under parking that provides access for the retail spaces. The spaces on this side of the development would have to cross the road to get over to the loading dock and service areas. Overall, the retail customers would have to park in these structures and navigate back to the frontage. These right here, there's these pedestrian paseos that can get people out from the parking onto kind of the overall public space of the project. And then one other thing to point out that this project is really kind of built around the central road, but this does introduce a conflict point between retail customers on foot and cars that would be entering the site here. Also during my site visit, I took some photos of the project that you can see here. So looking at the Shake Shack patio and the AT&T space, you can see that there are some grading issues on this site where customers have to use stairs or ramps to access some of these retail spaces. There is also kind of a consistent green strip that runs along the corridor since it is pretty busy and noisy right now. And that helps kind of separate the pedestrian environment from the corridor. And you can also see from this image that there's actually a pretty good variation in storefronts between the different tenants with they're able to use kind of their own materials and colors, which helps add some visual interest to this project. So the second case study that I looked at is kind of contrasting to the South Lamar development, or the Lamar Union development. So post South Lamar, it's located just a block south of Lamar Union. It was completed in 2 phases, with phase 1 being completed in 2013 on a 4-acre site. It has almost 300 apartments and 8,500 square feet of retail. Phase 2 was completed in 2017 on a 3-acre site, provides 344 apartments and 6,500 square feet of retail. Only the phase 2 parcel was zoned under the VMU overlay zoning, and they were able to take advantage of development incentives by providing 15% affordable units as well, similar to Lamar Union. So looking at the corridor, it's located quite close to Lamar Union in a similar context. Right now there's a gas station and a strip center across from it. It's not exactly helping retail. And then diving into the site plan for this development, you'll immediately see that the strategy is quite different, where this is a largely residential project that just has retail frontage along the corridor. So visitors aren't really invited to go back into the site. Parking is provided in 2 structures, and there is also some additional surface parking that retail customers can use to be able to get to the retail spaces a bit easier. Moving further down into specifically the retail spaces for this project, you'll see that phase 1 is anchored by these 2 restaurant tenants, Parlata and It's Italian Cucina, and that they do have their own outdoor patio spaces within the frontage space. In building 2, all of the tenants are service tenants, so nail lounges, gyms, and salons. But they did plan for them to possibly be restaurants. So there are these 2 outdoor patio spaces that aren't really used right now. The loading space in this project is actually provided in these kind of pull-in areas right here for this phase. And then this kind of empty space in the surface lot at the back is where loading would happen for these retail tenants. And there is luckily a hallway that runs behind the retail spaces here. And similarly, there are some hallways for better service access as well. Yeah, and similarly to the Lamar Union project, there is this kind of conflict point where all of the car traffic, where a lot of the car traffic for the project has to enter here, which is also a high pedestrian or high traffic pedestrian zone between the two phases. I'm just looking at some pictures of this development. You'll see that it is a bit different from Lamar Union, where Lamar Union has more of a sterile feel. This is a bit more eclectic, I would say, and interesting. And you'll see that there's a pretty varied landscape across these spaces. You can see in this photo that this is one of the patio spaces outside of the salon that isn't being used because of the type of tenant that's occupying that. And then you can also see here, there's this paseo that runs behind these retail spaces back to the parking structure in phase 2 so that people can park in the structure and navigate back to the frontage. So kind of looking at these two projects side by side, since they are located in a similar context, you can really see that the Lamar Union project is primarily a retail district that includes multifamily housing units, whereas the post-Self Lamar project is really a multifamily project that includes some retail units. So two very different strategies here. I would say that in terms of the goals of subchapter E, that having the retail spaces just along the corridor would probably be a more sustainable model if you're trying to get VMU to happen all along the corridor. And at Lamar Union, they were really able to take advantage of the existing Alamo Drafthouse Cinema as an anchor. So it doesn't happen very often that you can kind of create that type of retail district within your project. So I would guess that moving forward, we would see more developments similar to post-Self Lamar. Just to provide some additional contrast, I also looked at a project on Burnett Road, the Mark on Burnett. It was completed in 2016 on an almost 4-acre site, provides 343 apartments, 10,000 square feet of retail, and also 4 live-work units that have corridor fronting space. And it was located on the site of the former Poorhouse Pub, which actually relocated to the ground floor of this development, as you'll see. So looking at its context on the Burnett corridor, with this project, the developers definitely had to think a bit further into the future past their context right now into kind of what this corridor could be. As you can see, they're kind of surrounded by self-storage and low density development. And they're really the only project that's taking full advantage of their site through a vertical mixed-use development approach. So looking at the site plan for this project, you can immediately see that this project looks quite a bit greener than the other two. And this might be because they did not take advantage of the development incentives. So they weren't able to kind of cover more of their land or develop as densely. You can see that all the retail is positioned on this side with the live work units here. There is a central parking structure that services all of the retail and the residential uses. There are 3 private courtyards that only residents can access that you can see here. And you can also see that there's this quieter residential road, Burnett Lane, that a lot of the residential uses front onto. Once again, stepping down one level deeper into just looking at the ground floor retail here, you can see that the Poorhouse Pub has become an anchor for this development. There's a large outdoor patio space structured around an existing heritage tree. You do have some vacant units here, obviously filling those up would kind of bring more activity to the site. And then you have the 4 live work units on this side. At the time of my site visit, they were all occupied with small businesses. Once again, mostly service businesses. The loading for this project is also located pretty conveniently behind the retail, so they have good access to that. Another thing that you'll notice is that there's this pretty substantial green buffer all along the corridor. So this was put there as a protection for people from kind of the fast moving loud corridor. But as you'll see in some of these photos, you can see it here, that this has also kind of become a dead space that could definitely be used better. Maybe perhaps in the future as the corridor develops more, they could kind of adapt the space with parklets to activate it a bit more. Another few things that I wanted to point out from these photos, you have the patio around the heritage tree. You can see that this project uses a pretty consistent storefront system that makes a bit of a sterile environment because it's all one consistent system. And you have the garage in the center, which is covered up with these decorative screens. And as I pointed out, you have this kind of consistent, pretty large green buffer. So learning from these case studies specifically, I also wanted to create some ideal cases. So if you had a new site, kind of what principles should you use moving forward to develop those? So I used the maximum block size from subchapter E, 660 feet by 330 feet to kind of stretch for these concepts, and also use some of the principles that I talked about earlier from the best practice research and my learnings from the case studies. So the first kind of ideal case that I put together is based on the assumption of structured parking. Some things that I wanted to point out specifically is that there are these hallways, service hallways that lead directly to the loading, something that's key for these businesses to be able to operate efficiently. I left using the dashed lines. I just wanted to show that these retail spaces should be variable. So if a larger tenant comes in, they should be able to take up more space. If the smaller one comes in, they could kind of subdivide the spaces into smaller spaces. I wanted the retail to turn the corner here in case there was another VMU development across the street. So there could be some synergy between them so that we can pull activity off of the corridors a little bit to try to kind of activate some side streets. I wanted to articulate the facades a little bit by pulling back these patio spaces. This would help create some visual variation and would also help that if, for example, are similar to the post-Lamar project, if these spaces weren't occupied, then having them pulled back may interrupt kind of the sidewalk experience less. I also included on-street parking here, which provides additional protection to people on the sidewalk, and a rideshare drop-off zone here, as well as some additional dedicated parking for the retail spaces to make sure that retail customers don't have to go into a parking structure and navigate back to the retail frontage, which is definitely a disincentive to patronizing these spaces. There's also a protected bike lane. And then I included this paseo here through the development to create some additional porosity and to also open up some of the public space in the project for outsiders and retail customers to kind of create more of that unique identity. I also did a second kind of scenario based on the assumption of underground parking, which moving forward into the future may become more feasible as land prices increase and rents potentially increase. So the big differences between these two scenarios is that the public space is now in a centralized paseo. You're able to activate these corners with restaurants or larger tenants with outdoor patio spaces. You're able to get some additional retail space in the middle here that could serve some of the quieter retail uses that are less dependent on passersby, like creative office space or banks, things like that. So obviously with each vertical mixed-use development, it's very much about responding to the context and the parcel that the developer has to work with. So obviously you can't just implement these directly in the real world, but I wanted to kind of take some of the learnings that I had gotten from my investigations and from the case studies and apply them as some guidelines that you could apply to future development. So now just to wrap up, I'm going to move on to some research questions, answers to my research questions from my PR and some overall conclusions about this research. So the first research question from my PR was, which qualities of ground floor retail space and vertical mixed use buildings contribute to their success or failure? And I really answered this question through my best practice research and kind of defining these 5 pillars of successful ground floor retail. And then the second question from my PR was, are retail spaces on the ground floor of vertical mixed-use buildings along Austin's core transit corridors successful? And I really answered this question through my evaluation. And what I found was that some of the spaces are successful. There's definitely a lot of variation, and there's obviously room for improvement. But I think it's best to keep in mind that ground floor retail spaces are inherently kind of an additional use in a mixed use development. They're not usually the primary use. So it's a bit unrealistic to assume that there would be the budget and the commitment to creating the perfect ideal ground floor retail space at all of these developments. I think it's also interesting kind of question how to define success. Most likely for a developer, a successful ground floor retail space is one that pays its rent every month, whereas to planners or urban designers, it may be one that's constantly activated by people. So it is a bit difficult to define success here. And then my last question is a bit more open-ended, and I don't have a solid answer for that, but I do have some insights I'll share. And it's, is the presence of ground floor retail space in vertical mixed-use buildings along Austin's core transit corridors aiding in their transition from car-centric to walkable and transit-supported places and as intended by the city? So my answer to this would be, thus far, microcosms of such environments have been created, but a critical mass of walkable corridor has yet to be assembled. The city's current corridor strategy is likely not the best way to create the dense mixed-use city that they found that people desired through the envisioned Central Texas process. And also subchapter E conflicts a little bit with other city planning initiatives to create this mixed-use denser future. And then lastly, I have some thoughts about the phasing of public and private investments in the corridors and how they could be better coordinated. So looking at this map, it's clear that the concentration of development that has happened along these corridors thus far is just, there's not a critical mass of projects to kind of create that transition to walkability and transit access. So clustering has its benefits. Locating two of these projects across the street from each other would create synergy, but this doesn't actually ever happen where there's two VMU projects directly across from each other. I also looked at the development rates thus far by adding up the frontage of all these corridors and the frontage of the VMU projects that I studied, and I found that at the current rate of development, it would take 140 more years to build out the corridors with vertical mixed-use development. And even at the faster pace of Self-Lamar, it would take 60 additional years to build out the whole corridor with vertical mixed-use development. So clearly, while subchapter E has spurred some of these projects, they're just not happening at the rate that the city probably wants them to. Also, it's worth challenging the subchapter E approach in general. So what the city did by enacting subchapter E is they upzoned all of the corridors at one time to allow the same amount of density. Although this development was instantly allowed everywhere, it only occurred where it made the most economic sense. So that's why you see so many of these projects on South Lamar Boulevard when you're seeing much fewer on South Congress and other corridors. So likely if the city had taken a more strategic approach and not upzoned all of these miles and miles and miles of corridor at one time, then they could have kind of steered development in ways that were more desirable to them. They could have, for example, just upzoned the first mile of corridor south of the lake for the southern corridors and kind of steer development there first. And then once that succeeded, they could slowly zone further south down the corridors, taking a more incremental approach. Another thing that's worth bringing up is that if you look at the city's comprehensive plan, Imagine Austin, it's built around a strategy of activity centers. And the idea of an activity center and the idea of these kind of constantly activated mixed-use corridors along all of the city conflict with each other. So corridors are inherently decentralized. They take this activity and they spread it linearly along miles of corridor. So the city kind of needs to think about what having subchapter E as an official city policy that's kind of out there steering development is doing to kind of contradict what they're kind of dreaming of through their comprehensive plan. And this also supports a more targeted approach where they could have upzoned parts of the corridor strategically to steer development. And my last point on this talks about the corridor mobility bond. So in 2016, the city approved funds to implement a lot of streetscape improvements to corridors throughout Austin. But these corridor improvements will arrive almost 20 years after vertical mixed use was enabled along the corridors. So likely if the city had kind of invested in them earlier or had taken a more comprehensive approach, then they could have kind of integrated these streetscape improvements with new development. And this could have perhaps spurred additional developments to happen. And it would likely have kind of resulted in a better corridor environment more consistently. So just wrapping up with some concluding thoughts after talking about my answers to my research questions, although a lot of my answers were questions themselves and areas for additional thinking. So far, since subchapter E has been enabled and we've seen this new development happening along Austin's core transit corridors, on the 5 corridors that I looked at specifically, over 5,000 new residential units have been built. Over 100 ground floor retail spaces have been built as well that are playing host to a lot of local businesses. Vertical mixed use is now a familiar product type for developers, which will help facilitate future development. And we also now have these 19 different case studies of how to approach vertical mixed use development that developers and city staff and designers and project teams can look at when they're working on the next project. And overall, through my research, through my evaluations, looking at the corridors, looking at the developments in their ground floor retail specifically, what I really sought to create was a tool for learning, guidance, and inspiration that could perhaps influence future development or influence kind of how the city plans to use its policies to steer future corridor development in the city of Austin. And that is my last slide. Thank you all for listening.
So thanks, Jonathan. That was a very comprehensive kinds of presentation, and on a topic that for me quite fascinating. I mean, I have certain intuitive things about why things may or may not be successful or be working. And I think it's interesting to try and get a little more sort of scientific, let's say, reading into what some of these causes and factors are. You know, one of the things, so just to bring up sort of 2 points that I was thinking about. One of them is, I think 2 years ago, I had Steve Oliver, who's I don't know if he still is, but was chair of the City of Austin's Planning Commission. They were working on, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
When they were working on the land development code, et cetera, Code Next, he did a whole study of particularly Burnett and why it was being zoned in a particular way, or what the, let's say, potential was for development all along Burnett. And he brought up one of the issues that I think is really critical that you also brought up, which is the sort of sporadic location of these projects along the corridor. But what we don't have is actually a real corridor. What we have is a series of interventions along the corridor that seem somewhat disconnected. And the reason he said that this was the case was that if you actually do an analysis of the properties along Burnett, there are actually very few that are big enough to support this building type. So in the end, while we might envision this sort of continuous sort of VMU based corridor in any of Austin's corridors, very few of them are actually in a situation where the land parcelization associated with those corridors really allow for, let's say, a continuous spatially developed situation. And I think that's a really interesting question for me as to whether or not, and you bring it up here at the end, the corridor planning strategy is in fact the right tool for achieving what Austin wants to achieve. Two other quick points, the other Jonathan previously showed a diagram of, a kind of a Clarence-Stein diagram that showed a neighborhood, school in the middle, and around the edges you have all the kind of retail opportunities, right? Sort of along the collector streets, which to me brings up an interesting question of who is retail on the corridor for, right? Or is it a combination of things? Is it an edge to the close-in urban neighborhoods that Austin has, where people who live in the neighborhoods migrate to the corridor, kind of looking for goods and services that might support the adjoining neighborhoods, in which case that connectivity to the back, to me, seems really crucial. I feel like the Lamar Union tries to do that better than many. So that's the other question, because, Lamar, I don't know Burnett as well, but South Lamar, as you suggested with the railroad, equally so much with, let's say, the Bolden Creek watershed, you can't get to the back of these sites, right? They're only serviced off the front, which makes them very, very difficult, I think, in terms of both their role as edges to adjoining neighborhoods. So you put that together with a lack of continuity along the corridor as a result of, let's call it, development opportunities. And I just sort of wonder what your sort of reaction to that, not as a site-specific condition, but as a sort of larger kind of urban systemic proposition.
Yeah, and I think it is interesting. I forgot to mention, but Post South Lamar has this central road that runs right through it that could have connected perfectly with a neighborhood street, but it's blocked off because the community, I'm guessing, opposed connecting to this denser development because they didn't want traffic. I think the same thing happened at Lamar Union, where they had proposed originally that central road would run right into the community, but the community really opposed that. They wanted it to be cut off. I think it does raise the question, like, who are these spaces for? And it seems like in Austin, I'm sure if you counted the number or went to Lamar Union and asked people where they lived, you would get just as many people there from North Austin as you would from like the nearby neighborhood. People just go to Alamo, South Lamar because it's a destination in the city. So I think the city has, city staff has these goals, and they think that these projects will really be servicing the neighborhoods, but they're really just quite disconnected from them. That's what my impression is.
Yeah, if I could just jump in there. I mean, it just makes me think, if these projects are these kind of disconnected little islands of internal walkability, but they don't really connect to anything else that's walkable in the immediate area, then they kind of have to function like, destination car accessible retail. So they have to have the giant parking garages to attract people from far away, and then the neighbors react accordingly and kind of want to be shielded from all the traffic and impacts that they bring. So I don't know how we get out of this, but we're kind of, I think like John's analysis is suggesting, that just this, there are some good things about this. It's not all bad like you suggested, but this is not going to fulfill the city's ultimate vision, I don't think.
No, and actually the whole timeline that John put out there about, it would take, what was it, 120 years to fill out the corridors, is a little bit scary in the context of, population growth and sprawl and all that sort of stuff.
And that's under like the most, next level possible, conditions that any American city could ever experience in a given 14 or 15 year period.
And it assumes that, there's enough land consolidation that you could build these projects along these corridors. And the thing that really I find kind of interesting about this idea is that, the New York Times just came out with an article recently that I was looking at where they looked at, they got somebody to do some mapping of kind of cities around the United States. Portland was one, I remember. And one of the things they were looking at was how much of the inner city land use was actually single family houses, and it was like 85%, I think, Portland. I mean, just ridiculousness. And so Portland uses a corridor strategy too. In fact, many of these cities, and none of these cities were New York or Chicago, right? Well, New York was a kind of, control group. Its own category. Right? Yeah, it's a control group. New York is 15% single family, right? According to that data. Whereas most American cities run between sort of 60 to 85% single family in the urban core, meaning housing and the scale of lots related to housing are really, really close in, around the CBD. And so cities, not just Austin, but many of these cities are adopting these corridor strategies. Atlanta is adopting these corridor strategies. Charlotte, North Carolina, just sort of goes on and on. And it's an interesting question to me, beyond your sort of retail question, which is also an interesting one, is if the corridor strategies are like, who are they for? Are they meant to be affordable housing strategies because they're linked to transit, which is one of the sort of agendas of them? Are they meant to be things that allow transitions between the local neighborhoods and some form of mobility network and then, are they meant to be destinations? I mean, that's a set of rhetorical questions, but it's like, it's fundamental to where American planning seems to be right now.
And I think specific to Austin, the city has put all of their hopes and dreams into the corridors. It seems they want them to be all of those things at once. They want them to be like to service the neighborhoods. They want them to be destinations. They want them to be the future of Austin. They want them to make the corridors walkable. It's just kind of too much to ask for without doing anything to change the structure of the rest of the city, as you mentioned. That's just single family homes.
Yeah.
You can just see it in this image that John has here in his last slide. I mean, just look at that. You're looking at these neighborhoods that are inside of a mile, as the crow flies, from the middle of downtown, and by law they're given over to the least efficient possible kind of land use.
Yeah, it's interesting. I actually have the diagrams that were developed for South Lamar Union, the original development envelope diagrams that was done by Boca Powell, who actually did the working documents, not the fashion that Michael Shu's office does, but the actual like figuring out how many units can fit in the envelope, right? And so much of this has been kind of, I mean, this is one of the problems I think Austin has with the corridor, and one of the things I think changes in land use are so necessary is that the whole compatibility standard sort of inverted umbrella that kind of impacts the corridor development from the backside, so to speak, is so determinant in so many ways about like where it's actually even possible to build out corridors at the moment. I think your comment about these being destinations, I mean, I, for one, have spent a lot of time in South Lamar Union because of Alamo Drafthouse, right? Which was a building, by the way, that was already there. It's the only building that was left over from the previous shopping center, and then they put a new clothing on it or something. The other buildings that are across the street, Gibson and the other guy, Gibson has that really nice restaurant, but for the most part, they don't have any retail at all for all intents and purposes. There's no way to service them in a weird way. So yeah, I think it's interesting. And it will be interesting to see what happens, I think, with East Riverside, which seems to have some larger land areas to be developed, but I don't know. I mean, the other question, maybe I'm not an expert on this. I know Jake might be, and some planners are, like, how much retail can we actually sustain, right? Does all the ground floor of all the blocks become retail? Or maybe we'd be also, I mean, and Lamar Union also does this a little bit, although not very well, I have to say, try and line some of the streets with housing, as a way of transitioning back into the neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, even before COVID, there were all kinds of worries about the kind of wobbliness of the retail sector as a whole. I mean, to me, one of the most alarming sets of figures that I have heard was that the United States has, I think, 4 times as much retail space per capita as the European Union does, and twice as much as Canada, which is a very similar country, in terms of the structure of people's lives. So, that doesn't mean that retail can't work in some locations, but it's going to be a hard sell, especially with COVID, to kind of assume that people are going to invest all this money in building more and more and more retail space.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your comments. I think I want to respect Ivan's time as well. So.
Thank you, Jonathan. I think that was very thorough.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to make Ivan the host if I can here. Let's see. Okay, Ivan, you should be able to share your screen now. And Martin and Juan has joined us. Very appreciative of that.
Thank you for coming and joining us. Sorry. Fall back. Yeah, shall we start? Hi everyone, my name is Yifan Xing. I'm a MSUD student, and here is my presentation for
Ivan, we're having audio issues, or at least I am.
Yeah, my research topic is research on revitalization of urban waterfront under the background of industrial area transformation. So the keyword is morphology, and also the urban system, and also the typology of urban elements. And so to begin with, so my research topic background is based on the industrialization of the West Europe, and also the urbanization of the area that is being renovated or revitalized. So here are 2 maps to show the West Europe, their industrialization standard, and also the population density. And also the research based on the research trip I conducted last summer. So you can see the cities and the sites I picked up and I've been there is just based on these 2 like density map to to go across to visit this really highly advanced industrialized area. And also what I just took is just to pick up all these different, the research targets and to categorize them, and also to analyze the different urban system and also the elements in it, and trying to summarizing some basic like the toolkits for the designers, planners, they can just apply into. And also my research framework is also today's presentation content is here are the four main chapters. So to begin with is the introduction part, and from the bigger scale to the smaller scale, we can see the different the urban system like mobility and landscape and density, and then back into the really like the side scale. It's like the summary of these different urban elements. And within each chapter, I'm also doing the different analyses and also the comparative analyze of different cities and different sites. And also you can trace that like the one elements or one system within the different chapters, from bigger scale to the smaller scale. So to begin with, let's start with the introduction, the historic revolution. As we all know, all these industrialized area just losing their production function, and they are transforming from this producing area for the city to the other function of the city, like the living or like the recreational part. I'll give two examples. One is Bilbao and the other is Hamburg. We can see the recent 30 years, there tremendously changes of their land and also their infrastructure. Not only just change these the features of this land cover, but also just totally change this whole system, and also bring the new urban lives into this really abandoned area. And also we can see Hamburg is totally different. It's utilize the existing we say the docklands, and also just to finish this urban infill projects, but also you need to bring up some new connections, and also to integrate this existing the old city core in the behind. And but all these industrialized area, they just finally nowadays they are just showing really mixed urban scenes, and also became a new urban zone, and also like they have really good improved built environment. And what I'm really curious about is the reason why they just become so successful, or some may not be so successful, and also how to make that change happens. I think based on the each specs, I think they need to give the historic and geographical response to this existing urban fabric, and also like not only spatially but also programmally or financially to generate some new development mode for this area. And also important, the regional infrastructure also and also building should be like enhance the identity of these spaces. So first chapter, so mobility. So these are the 15 cities I just pick up from this the city toolkits. And then I will just first to laying out them in the same scale, same range, and just overlapping the water system and the mobility system. So we can see according to the morphology feature, I just categorize them into 5 different types. So piece, wrapping, spine, overlay, and division. So piece, really specific ones, Amsterdam, which means that the water system has cut the land into several pieces into some big islands. But rather than to isolate them, they are using the different transit corridor to to looping them, to connect them, and also into this existing city network. And the second one is overlay. Overlay, we can see the really representative one, Paris, although the river has just cut these land into two parts, but we can see the city grade or the urban grade on both sides. They are just doesn't change too much, and they are the same logic, and the grade system scale is almost the same. So this is really like overlay mode. So the third part is division mode. Division mode is totally the river cut the land into two parts, and the grade system and also the mobility system of both parts is just totally changed for the scale and also for the center and the pieces. And also the spine mode, like the Bilbao, you can see the several settlements around in both sides. And also the mobility system, you are just go across and just to connect the both side of the river. So which just like these riverfront, like spine over this different neighborhood and different settlement of the city. And the last one is the wrapping type. Wrapping type is really like single direction. It's the riverfront just it's just far beyond these city edges, and the waterfront area, they are just being wrapped. And also you can see this dead end effect. Almost all these edges, there is an important transit corridor, because you need to connect this edges system. So within the 5 different types, and I just pick up one and to analyze them to see this waterfront area, there are different mobility types and how they just works closely to this to generate this good quality of this waterfront area. So the first is the Amsterdam, so belongs to the pieces, and I do the space syntax analysis, and then you can see the warmer color it is, the better connective the region it has. So you can see I just use the example of like the East Docklands and the Iberg, and you can see these 2 different islands pieces, they just being connected by this this metro system, which represents in the red color here. But they are actually they have this really dead end, and it's additional branches of this whole system. But the result is they are just lighting up this isolated area. If there is no, if they are not integrated into this system, I think the test result, they are not like, they won't be lightened up. So you can see like for the Iberg, there is a metro system go inside to this island, and which later became the main neighborhood boulevard. And also for the Eastern Docklands, not only do they not only do this metro system, but also they are just linking this small loop to this this transit corridor, which generating this North Docklands into this integrated part. And the second one is the Paris. You can see the National Museum, this area, and the different strategy they use is just trying to use 2 important metro system and also metro stations here, and just to embracing them. So in the adjacent to the water, there is 2 fast lane transit corridor, and also the bridges like perpendicular to this riverside. So which they are just lighten up this whole area into a really good connectivity area. And also for the London is a division part. Although the river totally cuts, divided the both sides, but actually, especially the Canary Wharf area, they are just be penetrated by this different metro system. So they are just be lightened up. So you can see like also the spine mode, the Bilbao on the waterfront area, like the Guggenheim Museum area. So even though they are just these far edges beyond the city center, but they are using this metro system to connect into this loop so that they couldn't improve this edges condition and trying to absorb them into this city network. And also the wrapping type and in Cardiff, so the metro system and their station have already put the dead end here. And also they are just defined by this important transit corridor. So they totally cut these waterfront edges into the south. But what they did is trying to utilize this whole area of pedestrian links. And also we can see from larger scale, they just using this this loop, bigger loop. So this bridge, this dam was later built, and also for the protection of the shore, but also an important corridor to change this whole area from this really single end to this different tiny multiple loops into this good connectivity network. So based on these, we can see although all these different waterfront area, they have the different mobility types, and also the different types, they have different connectivity quality. But what they did is trying to closely geographically to connect it to the city and to generate this this area that easy to be accessed or like easy to be recognized, because all this waterfront area, which was being revitalized previously, is the industrial line. They are just for production. But nowadays, if you want to define a new function, the first thing you need to respond is to where to locate and how to connect to the existing center and existing city fabric. So we can see the mobility chapter and their connectivity and their strategy. So the second chapter is about the landscape, also categorize and also cut and laying out them in the same scale, a little bit smaller, and also trying to categorize them and to see the different waterfront and their condition, and also their role in acting as these the landscape function for the city or for the district. So there are like 5 types, especially mainly based on this water scale and also the relationship between water and land. So they are water buffer, water corridor, water garden, water island, and water plaza. So water buffer, as it means, it's just like all this waterfront area itself as this protection part, like in between the water and the inland. And here is the Bilbao is really a representative one. And also the water corridor, which acted as this little buffer region, but it's like both sides for the double side. And the third water garden is the series of connected water ponds. They connect together, and sometimes they have this really main water vessel system. They connect to each other, and they acted as the water storage part for the inner city, like the Antwerp is a example. And also the other one is water island, which means the water has already cut the land into pieces, and this island acted together. Some of them, they are for totally for parks, for ecological parks. Some of them, they are for like new community, but they act as this really like the sponge area to protect this inner land, like Amsterdam. And then it's the water plaza area. It's like the area, the inland area act as the convex and convey shape, and also to embracing the water to generating a really larger scale of this water area. So these are the 5 types. What I'm really curious about is the general, like the question nowadays, like the response to the climate change, because all this waterfront area, almost they are just close, adjacent to the sea or the seashore, or it's like the inner harbor. So if the sea level changes, so it will be directly affected. So I just analyzes from the interactive website, and to test if the sea level rises, and the changes of this waterfront area. So also I will just give 5 examples of each type, like the Bilbao area. So you can see if the sea level rises, their landscape role, they are really visible. They are just a protection area. And then also the pieces here, they are really easy to be flooded. But I'm also really curious about this landscape area. And if we overlay these 2 systems together, you can see where this landscape area locate. Like this map, the gray area means the area easy to be flooded, and you can see the different green infrastructure. And some of them, they are totally for the additional uses, like to generate a pleasant and livable places for people, for residents. But the other parts is really like the basic function, like you need to protect the land, protect the inner city. So you can see the Bilbao and their strategy of landscape. They're trying to integrate this green linear corridor adjacent to the river shore, but also they have this bigger shared parks in behind. And also like the water corridor situation, like the Munich. So they almost put all this green infrastructure in the middle to protect the inner city from both sides. But they are trying to, but also they have this big English garden like in behind to act as the really like the inner city area for inner pleasant spaces for the inner city. And also like the landscape area, like the Antwerp, you can see the Antwerp North Haven area. They all acted as this sponge and watersheds and to absorb water. But there is also like a big potential for them to transform all these places into a really graining and this buffer region for the inner city, because the city has already have this circle grain infrastructure there. And also what they did, they just trying to utilize the shore area to protect these inner parts, because you can just close these places to protect, to control the sea level, to water level from this inner ponds, but they cannot control the river, their sea level. And also the water island part, you can see the series of islands, they just connect together. And especially Amsterdam, like some parks, they are already existing there, and they are just built for the protection for the city, but also acting as these the parks or like urban node for the city network. And also we can see their strategy of doing this linear adjacent to the shore, this protection to act as the buffer region for this the land that being renovated. And also like the water plaza type. So they are just because of this Bay Area, this larger scale waterfront, they are just trying to utilize the different, like the this region that is close related to this watershed and the wetland area, and also trying to accumulate all this landscape area into a circle that put them adjacent to this shore edges. And third part is the density. So the density, I trying to also like to calculate the different proportion of this land cover, and also trying to touch these different like developing mode of each city. Like here are this data I've got just roughly from this map, because they are the maps, they are just in the same scale. So this different percentage is based on the scale I just cut it, and these different land area, their proportion. Like we can see from the land density, like London, Copenhagen, Bilbao, they have the really like a high percentage of this land because their river type is really thin, and maybe they are not like the bay type. So that's the reason why they are really high. So, and also I just testing this population density. I also use the data that was graded by 1 square kilometers and overlay with the size I've chosen, and then to not only test the single population density, but also the population density and the multiple the building density, and to test this developing mode. Like the Bilbao, because of the area I touched, is really close to the inner city, and the inner city is really like solid fabric. So they have really high proportion of the population, and also high proportion of the I name it as B multiple P. And also I just test these different sites and their average proportion of public space. So I use this different number to divide it by the population to see the average people they can get the public space density. So among these different data comparison, and we can see some different like situations. So I just pick up 4 really representative one to show the developing mode of this different city. Like Bilbao, it has really high proportion of the island of the land, but also they have really high population density, but their like average like public density is really low, because that is their situation, because they are really close to the inner city. So what they did is just trying to utilize the transit corridor to connect this waterfront area, but also trying to add more links from the both sides, and trying to transform the waterfront area into a whole connected linear public corridor for the inner city, because the inner city are so dense and solid. So that's their way to respond to this different like this situation. So, and also the other one is like the Liverpool. So the Liverpool, they have really low like population density, because this area, it was previously totally industrialized area, and the inner city is really high density, but their and also their proportion of a public space density is high, because there are few people there. But you can see the situation here was totally divided by this transit corridor. So what they did is trying to use this existing like the bridges for this the docklands, and to connect the important corridor of the inner city, and generate this metro system into the water into this waterfront area, trying to connect and trying to improve this dense quality of this inner city, and just to drag them outside to this edges area. And also like Cardiff and Portsmouth, these two, they have like a relatively good amount of land proportion, but their population density is low. So even though they have a large area that is emptied and have the good potential to being renovated, but what they successful, and they are just trying to put all these big facilities and landmarks. Like Portsmouth, there is a super commercial complex. Like the Cardiff, there is a museum and also a theater adjacent to this waterfront area. They're trying to use this cultural and recreational facility to just to attract the people come to this area. And also they also put some new developments like residential area here in Cardiff, and also residential area here in Portsmouth that was surrounded in the surrounding area, and trying to attract people there and try to relocate people there, and to bring the new like the density of the city. But actually there is really contradictional situation there, is because there are limited numbers of the land, like especially Portsmouth, there are few like the greening area for this waterfront area. So what they did is their strategy is trying to utilize this existing green parks here, and they're trying to put this backside into a really fast and convenient connection paths. And also they're trying to utilize the front side. They really like the low move like the connected the seaside paths area. So they're trying to just divide these fast and slow lanes, and trying to reactive the area that was in between these two lines. And so these are the different results and the reason like the different density that happens here. And but also I'm also really curious about this really zoomed in scale, these different waterfront urban elements, how they just work together to generate so many different results. And here are the toolkits I made for the urban elements in different systems. They are urban grade structure, street interface, housing program, and public space and green infrastructure. So first is urban grade and structure. So here are the 20 sites I just picked it up, and also trying to lay out them to document them into the urban grade system, and also trying to summarize the different the development mode for this waterfront area. Like Copenhagen area, they're just totally divided by this really important transit corridor, which in one side is really dense and really regular, but the other side is really open and really like limited, but they are just have this good sea, this shore condition with the sea. So their important part is how to just connect the both sides. Like another part is example of is Rotterdam. So Rotterdam is like there is a inner island in the middle. So what they did is just trying to extend some city existing corridors into these islands, and trying to connect them into a bigger loop, and also generate the different important city grade along the shore area, and trying to generate this really strong and representative urban scene for the city. But also they are trying to protect this inner like old historic fabric, this neighborhood fabric. Another important thing is different the results, connectivity results, like being affected by this different mode type. So here are also the connectivity situation I just tested. So take an example of two different sites. So Hamburg, we can see because of this water condition, the land was just cut by this really long linear water corridor into different long stripe area. So what they did is trying to bring the bridges and trying to connect them into the multiple loop, so that they will just totally change this this end situation from this dead end point into an important like the really important node within this this loop. So you can see after that, you can see within this sites, they're important like two transit corridor. They are really highly like lighten up. And we can see in the next subchapter, their like spatially quality of these two. So another type is like Bilbao, and Bilbao, we know that they are just located in the edges of the inner city. But what they did is just trying to connect with the different bridges among the both side, and also trying to extend this important city access directly to the waterfront area. Although the waterfront area is like a bigger scale, like the super block, because there are no like transit corridor cuts, and also they have put this larger scale cultural facility there. But their connectivity, this grid connectivity is good because of they are just build this really integrated and connected, like the sea level connection, like this this path is connection here. And also the second part is the street and the interface. After we talk about the urban grid system, the spaces in between these different the blocks, they are really important. So I just pick up the 30 different sites from the different city. I think most of them, they are really successful for their own sites. So just trying to summarize some mutual feature of this waterfront level. So I just divide them and trying to lay out them into the same scale and same style. So let's just bring two really interesting example. Like one is Munich, one is Hamburg. So Munich part is more for protection for the inner city, as we said, because of this river types, because of this this buffer function for the inland river. But what they did is just to divide the river into two parts by using this big island and also big the dam in between this river. So what they did is trying to control the one part of the river, but leave another side is like flexible. So the area that is using to flushing water is just be utilized as this flexible and public spaces for this this street side. So the street side I've touched is just based on the area that is facing to the water. So another type is Hamburg Hafen City area. So the whole docklands was revitalized as this the living and also office area. So what they did, because of the area was totally located on the flooding plan, the buffer, I say this dangerous region. So what they did is generate this flexible area for the linear park, but also for the safe zone for the water. So you can see the development on this safe zone. They are just have this basement, but the basement is like the ground floor for this water side. Like they have this public function like cafe or commercial function areas here, but all of them, they have double walls. So the outside wall is retaining wall, which means they can totally close the wall to protect the safe zone area above them. So which means this area could be totally like flooded. So you can see like the different their strategy to protecting like the street level and facing to the different water type. But also you can see like the different organization of this street. Some of them, they have metro system go across them. Some of them, they may not have them. But the most important is trying to generate more like accessible and also open spaces to facing to the water. And few of them, they are just generate some close and also negative places. But the important thing is because of the waterfront area situation, almost all the developers, they want their development adjacent to the water, but there is a contradictory. If you put more open spaces adjacent to the water, and also you want it being connected with the city, which means the development and also the activity area need to be guided by this transit corridor. So the transit corridor, the way you organize it, and the order you put the pedestrian vehicle and also for bike line, is just a question. So I think I still need some more time to categorize this different typology part into this different type to see some of the result that being oriented by the reason. Like if I want more open spaces near the water, so here are some types that is being renovated. So here, the third aspect is the housing and program. So also I just pick up the 15 different housing type adjacent to the water. So some of them, they are like point tower mode, and some of them, they have this a grade system, but they have different interfaces facing to the water. And some of them, they are like the shared housing apartment, and really linear and totally just occupy the shore area. Each of them, they have the different like pros and cons, but I just want to utilize two examples to make a reference. So one is in Amsterdam and the other also in Hamburg. So Amsterdam, this is in the Eiberg. So the island has already been guided by this graded water system, but also it has this graded street system. So, but these two systems overlay together, which community which is, for example, this series of building actually set is like one group, but they are just guided by this river corridor. But this river corridor, they put their private boat like adjacent to their backyards near here, which generating this corridor into a really semi-public area. But also when you just going through this different paths, and you are just recognized by this important like community interfaces, which means like you're still thinking of like this part is just one community, but actually not. So you can see the different system, they just overlay together, but they are just trying to utilize each other as their at their edges or their important corridor. And also the way Eiberg, these cases, they are just trying to generate is just trying to develop the important like the inland the neighborhood boulevard here. So they put all these different commercial programs along this side, and what they really need to do is to generate some new identity of this neighborhood by shaping this corner condition. Like this is really example, like they have the different corner types, which give them like the identity of this neighborhood. While the Hamburg type, which is located in the long stripe island, so it has already cut it by pieces. But what they did is trying to reshaping them by like really I name it like the single building identity, because each one, they are so like different from the outlook, but also they have their limited like land proportions. So they just developing this vertical level of different open spaces, like rather than like Eiberg one, they have this really flattened condition. So that is their different levels of the open spaces, which is different to this different like horizontal area that is being renovated, that is being defined by these two different systems. So here are the housing toolkits. So the last part is the public space and green infrastructure. So before that, I want to test the different like the land quality that is being that is eaten up by the water and eaten up by the building. So you can see the different water, the inland area, their situation being cut by the water, and also the different water types and their different phases, their corridors. They are already there. So this one is about the visual visibility. So the warmer the area it is, which means it has a good like visibility. So if we say we have the good connectivity there, so which means it's good place for generating this important developing like construction there. So this one is about like the inland area that was being tested by the visualization, visibility, and you can see the different the quality of this this land that being eaten up, and also like the green infrastructure where they locate within this different this water type condition. So let's make two examples. One is Liverpool, the other one is Portsmouth. Although these two, they are like the buffer type, they are just one side back behind the their city core is just behind them, and they are facing to the water, and the water side is really good visibility area, and also they also have this backside, the important transit corridor to cut the area up, but they're different situation, but they're different. The strategy is that Liverpool area, they are just trying to utilize this existing like the pond shed area, because of the each side they have the different like quality of this these interfaces. So in each side, so they are just trying to developing into the different function, even though the whole side is just one building. So, and also the area where they just locate their like green infrastructure is just a really like a good visibility area, which means which means they are good for like public to access. And the other like Portsmouth, and they have this different quality of this seashore area. But what they did is just trying to put all these important, like what I mentioned before, it's a big complex, all this super dense and big, like bigger scale development here to occupy the spaces. So which like make them like less places for putting like green infrastructure. So what they did is just to put this green infrastructure into pieces to lighten up into this like this area is the cold area, which means it's hard to be find. It's hardly to be found. So to lighten up the area that is behind. So this is their different like strategy. So another comparison is like also Amsterdam and Munich. So Amsterdam, so this one is also in Eiberg. So Eiberg, we can see there are different like visibility quality within this neighborhood. Like this part is just these path is along this seashore area, which is really open and has this good visibility. While they just also trying to lighten up this really inside private spaces, semi-private spaces, to transform them into this public parks, and trying to give them good like quality for this really larger neighborhood. While the Munich strategy is just trying to utilize this linear type, but trying to put this area into like the flexible and greening area, and also generate this the bigger like public island in the middle, and the island which acted as the like the museum island, and also the green infrastructure is like linear and just along the river, and some of them they are just located at the end of this island, while the Amsterdam one is really like a single point, and some of them they have this linear one that is to protect the shore, but some of them they are just a single point like located within this different larger area. So you can see the different types. So above all are the thinking and the test I've did. But before that, I just want to summarize some toolkits and trying to make it more like applicable and more like general. But the more general I made, so I feel like it's more like hardly to make it more like really applicable for the specific site. So I just trying to leave this open and trying to make this different toolkits. And then maybe the planners or the designers later, if they are facing to this similar situation, they are doing a new, like the waterfront revitalization project. They are using the similar way to testing or to analyzing their projects from the bigger scale, the mobility part, to the smaller scale, the landscape, and put the density and trying to change the organization of the city, and then just zoom into this different smaller scale, the site, and how to dealing with the waterfront, how to dealing with this interface and this side area, and how to organize this different vessel system. So here are the thoughts I made, and thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. It's a lot of work there to digest. And I'm just interested to hear from some of other folks. Martin and I have been working pretty closely with you. One question I have for you has to do with, let's call it quality, right? So there's a lot of investigation here trying to break down the various taxonomies and all the components, but you sort of strategically avoided making qualitative decisions about kind of, at least in the presentation, what's good and maybe what's less good. And I wonder whether some of those qualitative evaluations are part of your intentions with this research.
Oh yeah, it is. Actually, when I just finishing some of the drawings of the toolkits, I feel like the next step, the work I need to do is just to just pick up one or two, like the guideline or the rules to just divide them into, like, maybe when dealing with the street level or dealing with like the pedestrian part, maybe these two or these three, they are not good, and maybe the good way to doing to giving them what kind of type. Yeah.
Can I? You don't see me, Yifan. Congratulations, is one. My camera doesn't work and my phone is almost dead, so I cannot easily get it connected. I don't have, it's not close enough to a charger, but you hear me, so you just imagine I'm here on the other side, and I'm pretty impressed, as I was impressed the first time I saw your work when you presented for the Moon Powell. And I think it's great that you have been able to continue the same level of intensity. I mean, it's pretty spectacular how much information you have able to process and absorb in terms of the analysis, but also the actual production of the material that you're showing. I mean, there's an incredible ability on your end to steal information out of all the sources, whatever the sources are from, because I'm sure that you're using different sources that are not necessarily all equally easy to. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, equally easy. I mean, I'm sure that some of them involve more work than others, and you know, the information maybe was more available for one for another. Unifying everything, so there's a value of what you're doing that is the pure kind of process of comparing. I mean, I'm a big believer that comparing is a very good tool to learn and to just put things side by side, and it could be taken to almost anything, right? The urban analysis like you're doing here, or any other aspect of life. Just comparing things is a good way to get something good out of that mere fact that if you put things side by side, some things may become more obvious and more understandable. So my sense is that, I mean, even Dean said it, like, it's pretty overwhelming. It was a little hard to kind of follow everything, in the sense that sometimes you go through so many categories, and it's not easy to necessarily get the sense of all the aspects of the issues that you're talking about. So overall, sometimes I felt like, oh, I would like to learn a little more about this one in particular, but we're moving on to something else. And I know that the nature of what you're proposing, it was very much about this comparison. So I was trying to take some random notes here and there as I was thinking about it. But for example, one aspect that I felt like it was pretty hard to visually understand with the information that you have is this issue of the global warming and the potential for the water to go up. And so I was more thinking that before global warming was an issue, the issue of water was more coming from flooding from the rivers coming down. So that was more of an issue before global warming was even in the radar of our preoccupations. So I would imagine that the flooding issues are very different from city to city, and they are being taken care of in many different ways, from 100% under control to, you know, pretty risky. I think that the last big flood in Bilbao was in the 1980s. I don't know if they have now guaranteed that they're not going to have a problem with that. I don't know if they have done anything upstream to alleviate that, but I would imagine that more of a real concern is in many cases the water coming from the river, not necessarily yet from the ocean, so raising from the ocean. So I think that those drawings were hard to follow, and sections would have helped. There was very little understanding of what it meant, so the information was there graphically, but I couldn't follow it very easily. That's just one comment. So the other, I mean, I'm going to jump back and forth. Yifan, you can answer, you know, all of them, you know, but I have other comments. So that was one. The other one was a little bit related to what Dean is referring to, I think, in part, at least, when he talks about quality, in the sense that I keep going back to something that I think I commented to you when you presented in the summer, which was in December, right? It was in December. Yeah. So when Dean mentions quality, is the sense of, in my mind, these things can look very, in a way, with photographs and plans, you may be missing a little bit more of the sense of how successful these places are. I don't know if that's what meant with quality, but I would like to have a sense of, are these places doing what they were expected to do? So there's a little bit of that post-occupancy kind of quality result of the whole operation that I mean, obviously we have a formal resolution and it can be very attractive when we look at a photograph, but I wanted to, and I know that this is yet another layer that maybe it was just beyond what you were even trying to do, but the notion of how to assess the result of all these operations, it will be a very good layer to add, in the sense like, hey, did they get the affordable housing that they were hoping? Are people, you know, commercial spaces are occupied, or no one wants to go there, or they're very successful, or this has been working as planned, or the parks are not being used, or these are widely successful. So there's a little bit of that sense of, well, what happened with this that could be a very, very helpful element. And I think that in general, in the presentation, obviously you are here explaining, but I would remind, if this becomes a document that has to live by itself without your explanation, it would be good to include as part of your tool of elements that you use for your presentation, to be able to use more words in your diagrams, more captions, more elements that complement the drawings with other type of information that can be, you know, very succinct ways to say things that complement the drawings. And I think that that would be particularly important if you eventually do a publication. I hope that you do, because this will be a fantastic publication. So visually is really stunning to be able to compare all these. And so there's an attractive aspect of like just the mere visual presentation, but I think that the language can add some ability to discern a little more what you're really looking at, that it can be sometimes hard to follow, because, you know, what for example, this image that you have here, the green, you were saying visibility, I'm not sure very well what you meant, but, you know, there's no legend here, so maybe somewhere in another page, but, you know, that's what I mean, that it could be very good to quickly get that sense of how that reads. And I have other notes and jumping, but I'm going to let other people. One thing that I wanted to mention that also I think that we discussed when I show you your work in December, and I think you have included some very good photographs of Bilbao and I think Hamburg with the before and after. I mean, I think it's sometimes good to know, you know, very clearly what was there, and the transformation that you're talking about is good to really have a very strong visual element that helps people to see in terms of the density that was there and the visual of what was there before. Because even the picture that you have from Bilbao from 1996 is not showing all the industrial. It's after they clear all the industry. So there's a sense of like more, you know, amazing transformation when you visually, I mean, because it's so visual, your presentation, I think that seeing the before and after in a very kind of clear way is really making these industrial environments more, you know, dramatic. Well, it was one of the early slides that you showed there. And the last comment that I'll make, and I'll shut up. See, this is what I'm saying. So then 1996, but that was already clear, you know, there were railroad getting all the way there, and there were containers and cranes and all the industry that was operating until shortly before that is even, you know, and the level of contamination of the water is just phenomenal what they were able to do. But one thing that I will comment that is more of a general comment in terms of what this does as a study, I kept thinking about the fact that overall, I would say that it's a pretty similar environment that all these places that you have studied have, in terms of the DNA of these cities seems to be all very similar. I know that there were variations on density, variations on kind of land morphology and all these issues, but when I think about worldwide, what the issues are, let's say in the US, in Latin America, in Asia, there's a very clear sense to me as a result of this, of saying, hey, they may be very different, but at the end they're pretty similar in terms of like the majority of these interventions seem to extend a DNA that the cities had that has been, you know, reconfigured to this opportunity to get around the harbor. And I wonder when I think about, you know, all the places, like how, you know, in the Hudson in New York, they do this gigantic Hudson Yards, and then they do this, you know, 40-story, 50-story tower, and in China, in Dubai, in other waterfronts throughout the world, it looks like the DNA is radically different, and they don't apply the same kind of methodology. Here, it looks like the cities seem to be above all very, very respectful to the DNA that the city has, and they are extending it in a way. So, and, you know, when I think about places that don't have necessarily a DNA that is, you know, as defined or as maybe agreed upon by the population or the place, maybe it's a very different strategy that they will need to confront, in the sense that here it looks like there's a kind of sense of common agreement about, well, these are the things that seem to be good to do, and we're going to do them. And they are a little different from place to place, but they're based on very similar, even, we didn't get into that, but they probably follow very similar public investment and how the private and how, so I wonder how all those things apply to all the places. This is more like a reflection and a thought, you know, that came from seeing this whole thing. Congratulations, Yifan, is fantastic. You know, I think that you have to be very proud of this, and I hope that this has life after you present this in some type of publication.
Thank you. Thank you.
If I can just jump in there, Juan. So, Yifan, like, congratulations. I mean, a lot, like, as always, a lot of work, like an insane amount of work, I would say. Just sort of like looking at the sheer work that went into kind of your presentation and all the slides and the research. I think Juan, like, started to address like something that I think was really important, which was sort of, he gave you a kind of context for the question that you're asking, and I think that's somewhat important. Or I think this idea, like Juan described it as sort of like the cities sharing a certain DNA. And I'm not sure if I would use the same word DNA. Like Munich was the one city that always stuck out, like, as it's sort of like, wow, Munich was never really an industrial city. It may have had some production, but I think there is something at play which you could describe, and I think should describe, when it comes to like why you're doing all of this. And to me, it actually, and you're sort of doing that a little bit, but I think you're not yet emphatic enough about it. Like, to me, there's really sort of like, you're looking at the results of a shift in Western cities, from a sort of like production economy that has to do with like moving large like amounts of goods from place to place and then building something with it. That's what sort of essentially ports were used for, to a sort of like service economy, right? Like, and sort of like a lifestyle economy, and the results that has like directly. And I mean, I think that sort of like can be described in other kind of infrastructural, like, or reuses of infrastructural projects, but you're sort of like putting your finger directly on sort of where goods were moved from one place to another via ship. And I think I would really think about that a little bit more, and what questions that actually causes that shift. Because in some ways, like, there's a huge catalog here of work that I think can use some clarification in some ways, or some diagrams could be a little clearer in terms of like the views. What do you mean by views? Sea level rise, how much, when, according to which study? So I think there are like these parameters, but I think they're relatively minor, let's say. I think the big question is really how you frame this and where this is going to go. What is the format that this is going to find eventually? And I think having to do with that is that question, like, what are the guiding questions that you're trying to find out more about? I think there is like my initial reaction is that I sort of want, when I first sort of like heard you talk about it, my initial reaction was that I want you to have much more of an attitude and an agenda in the end, and sort of like make value judgment in terms of like what works, what doesn't work, and like I guess as an architect, I'm always kind of like looking for that kind of leap of faith where it's like, okay, now what do we do now? How do we reduce to like these 20 examples to 3 things that we need to do in these contexts? And so that was my initial reaction. I think I'm sort of backpedaling a little bit on that, and I'm just like, well, you know, maybe there's a value, or maybe there's a indirect way of sort of like bringing that to the table, and like, you know, the value of a sort of catalog, and a sort of a comparison is that in some ways you're guiding people's ideas about what to do, but you're doing that in a more subtle way by sort of like putting A and B together or next to each other and letting people kind of like see something in all its like uncommented, but in all its clarity in some ways through what you draw or what you don't draw. And so I feel like maybe there is in absence of you actually making real kind of design recommendations or recommendations on how to move forward with certain planning aspects and so on, maybe a kind of sharpening of your actual comparative drawings in some ways could lead this project to this kind of like moment where people will actually kind of like look at things and just have sudden kind of realizations that you sort of like guide very subtly by kind of like what you draw, what you don't draw. I do think that the format of the digital presentation actually kind of works against you in that way, because like I think this idea of the catalog to me is sort of like the opposite of a kind of linear presentation that goes from A to B to C. So I do think that the format that has, like, is it something that you can browse through sort of like from back to front, front to back, kind of parallels through kind of like different chapters, different scales? I think is really something that I would think about long and hard, because I think that's really where it could sort of play out the strengths of audio work.
Yeah, so I think those are both or all really good comments. And yeah, I think the issue about values versus catalogs is a really interesting one. I know when I did my master's thesis, I ran into the same question, and it ended up being more of a catalog because my agenda, you know, and people were trying to get me to try and apply these, let's say, toolkits to a situation. And I'm like, I don't want to a priori decide that, you know, I'm going to apply these things here. I don't know if they belong. Like, I'm building this catalog in my head, partially to have a vocabulary so that when I encounter an issue that I, as a designer, am sort of engaging with, I have these references that I could begin to draw from and all of that sort of stuff. And I have this catalog that I can go through and look at sort of different strategies and tactics employed by these different cities. But at this, and I can decide whether or not, you know, I think they're successful / useful, whatever the case may be. But I do think that as this thing moves from, let's say, a presentation in the format that you just gave it into something that's more of a publication, you're going to need more description. I mean, Juan's correct. Like, this thing has to go out on its own. So the drawings are all beautiful. I think you're going to need a more description on what the situations of the different cities actually are beyond the figure ground. So you're going to need like a little bit of narrative text and a little bit of, you know, description about maybe what was and what is and all of, and so that I kind of understand exactly what situations I'm comparing. You know, I of course am very sympathetic to the figure grounds and all those sorts of things. But at the same time, you know, if I'm not familiar with, say, Cardiff, I don't have a kind of basis in my head for like, what is the, and I use the term qualitative, but what is the experiential quality of that place actually like? What are you describing through these sort of abstractions? So I think at some level, that component of the experiential quality of each one, and I'm not sure it's at the back end, it actually might be at the front end, you know, like here's the sort of conditions of these cities that I've, you know, investigated and documented, and then you go into the comparative, right? And you guys do whatever you want with the comparisons, you know, I'm putting it out there for you as an agent.
With regards to that question of comparability, I guess, you know, like you can compare things in very different ways, right? Like, and I think you're sort of like hovering in the middle somehow. Like there's one type of comparison that's a very, let's say like the responsible way of comparing them. By means of like, okay, there are these cities, there are different situations, and there's a lot of data and a lot of narrative that sort of like, it's very precise about why these cities are comparable. And I think when I apply sort of like these very rigorous standards, I think some of your comparisons would fall a little short still, because I'm just like, no, actually, Munich is not comparable to Rotterdam in almost no way. Except that there is a sort of port portion, but even that is kind of like very different. So I think in that way, you know, that it's a difficult sell. On the other hand, I think there is this other more, let's say, generative comparison that willfully ignores aspects, and that's where I think sort of like morphology comes in, or figure ground ideas, where really kind of like that there's an argument to be made that precisely because you don't care about data, you don't really care about narrative, but you just care about what you see graphically as sort of somebody who's interested in form. Certain things actually reveal similarities where, like through your graphic treatment, where typically when we looked at narrative or data, we wouldn't necessarily find similarities. So I think there are different goals of how you compare things. Like either you sort of like say like these things are comparable on the front end, and therefore we're going to look into them, or there's sort of like a almost like I like to call it dumb in a good way approach to sort of like, okay, let's take cities that have water and just put them next to each other and see what comes out of that. And I think your project for me, and I would say like one is probably sort of like more of a planning approach, and the other one is probably more of an architectural approach or a designer approach, right? Like the sort of like designer is always kind of looking for things that they kind of can't capture through data, whereas planners like would probably typically rely much more on data and verifiable facts. And I think you're hovering somewhere in the middle right now still. So I think that attitude to me is like, where is this going to go? Like, and it could go either way. Possibly it could even switch tone in the middle, and you could actually sort of like find a way that categorizes very sort of like consciously. It says like, okay, here, this is kind of the narrative, and now I'm putting on my designer glasses, and I'm just gonna do like the figure grounds, and like that's what gets me to the next level of kind of understanding that I didn't have before.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, no, I was just going to make sort of two quick things and then I'll shut up. I think, you know, the presentation that you gave in December, you had another category which you didn't talk about today, which is the way you categorized the waterfronts originally, right? There were river waterfronts, there were port waterfronts. And I think that might be one way to address the question of, let's say, appropriate comparisons. So, you know, Rotterdam is not Munich, but Munich might be like Geneva, you know, I don't know. You know, so maybe one way is to use that, is to actually have comparisons within those sort of macro categories that you'd set up. So that's sort of one comment. The other comment is about the figure ground. And when I was thinking about quality and I was thinking about the role of the figure ground, I mean, you know, back to Colin Rowe, the figure ground is a form of gestalt, right? So it's a question of perception and experience. So at some level, the figure ground can go out for what it is, but it might be, you know, even though it's old, it might not be a bad idea to talk about why you're using the figure ground as an evaluative mechanism for comparison, you know. And it sort of reminds me of sort of, you know, Wayne Copper's Figure Grounds article that tries to apply Rudolf Arnheim's sort of, you know, spatial cognitive sort of reading of figure grounds as, you know, this is a clear extension of the fabric of the city, or this clearly sort of establishes itself as an individual district, or, you know, you can, you know what I mean? Like, I wonder if there's a way in which sort of describing how you mean people to somehow, I don't know, interpret the taxonomy a little bit.
Yeah, I think that that relates a little bit to some of the previous comments, Yifan. In a way, when Martin is asking for more of your take on all this, right? What's your position? What's your point? What is the summary of what you think that we can get out of this? In a way, it's almost like we have the material. I think that we need a little more at the beginning. I wish you can see me because I'm using my hands a lot, so as I speak, as you can imagine. But so I'm sensing that it will be good to have a little more at the beginning. When I say that, I mean in general this little text. Can you put, Yifan? Can you go to the one that you show with the figure ground of the 20 cities, just as an example? One of the slides that you have throughout. The one that it has the same figure ground for all of them, you know.
Yeah, I'm fine.
So if you, for example, when I look at that, and you had one that I think it was more all square. So the square, I think is it could be a good thing just so you have the same window. But in any case, when I look at this, I feel like how you place them, and it's a little bit what Dean is referring to, like in terms of, okay, you have done this analysis, how you tell us the story, it will tell us what you're learning as you tell us the story. So I think that the way you arrange this could be very strategically done in a way that you're highlighting things that you want us to notice by just putting things next to each other. It could be the category of okay, these are riverfronts that were not industrial, and the result is this. Look at this. Oh, all of a sudden there's a pattern that starts appearing based on a particular category that you have identified from having done this. So what are the patterns? You already did a little bit of that when you start identifying the green spaces as buffer, as linear, so you already were doing a little bit of that. But I think that there is something about that, the role of the one that is putting this together playing a critical role in what you want us to get out of it based on how you present it. For example, I have an Instagram account where I document my interest in circles and circular patterns. And for example, I have a lot of them, and then all of a sudden I put them in groups of 3. And when I do it, I'm doing it based on things that I notice. For example, I'm doing one on ideal cities, and I put 3 ideal cities, one next to each other. And all of a sudden there's something that I learned by just putting them and explaining how in very different places they went to the same conclusion by trying to do something very similar for different reasons, but all of a sudden there's a commonality that's my contribution. I'm putting them together and I'm making a point. Look, these things are universal. People are trying to do the same thing in this, and when they face this kind of situation. So in a way, you have the ability to present this in a way that is more clear what you think, all the values, all the things that we're talking about, the quality, what is your reaction after having been to these places, and what are the things that you want us to learn from the exhaustive documentation. So even when I look at this, I say, well, I can imagine having a text that occupies about the same square as one of these that precedes the image, and then another one. So you can have maybe less images, but the ability to quickly read something a little bit about each one of those that can tell you what you think is important that we know, almost like notice that here this is and a little bit of background. This is so you can all of a sudden start creating a narrative that is very much part of your agenda, that is the result of your analysis. So you are not just simply putting things there. And I think that you needed to do what you have done, but I think that the layer that you can add is more of the result of this work has led you to think that these are the things that are important to get out of this. It's like, these are the things that work, these are the things that don't work. I mean, you can be critical also. These are the things I talk in December. It's like, what are the things that are not working? And sometimes those things cannot be explained graphically, maybe better explained with a specific language, that it could be a short narrative, it could be, captions, it could be something. But I agree that it's a little bit more understanding of the place and a little more of what you get out of this. So those are the things that I think are more, part of how this material can be slightly rearranged and presented in a way that it becomes more clear what your position is and what can we learn from this. That's what we all want. We want to learn. I mean, we come here and we say, oh, this is great. I mean, I don't know Cardiff either. And like Dean said, I can refer more or relate more to cities that I know. But I love the fact that I can say, oh, look, Bilbao is very similar to what happened in this other city. I didn't know that. And all of a sudden you start making connections. And that's how we learn, by making connections. So I think that there's a very real chance for this to be packaged in a way that all these comments that we have made can be addressed just by merely how you present it.
Maybe as a direct follow-up on your comments on the graphics, which I think was fantastic. I also think that I like the categorizations that you did, like the category graphics, where you sort of like have the kind of like fragments, or kind of like the urban, like in Paris, where the urban pattern continues through, but the river is just sort of like overlaid, but both are sort of like separate. And I think almost like when you generate these diagrams, then I would almost want to see a sort of process of that generation of those kind of like summary diagrams for each type that is generated by a sort of like an average of all the drawings of the same type overlaid. Like there are these sort of like experiments with human faces in photography, where you sort of like overlay 100 faces and then you come up like with the average person. Or something like that. And I would almost want to see, before you move to that level of abstraction, the sort of process of having like, all the linear, or like any type, like let's say the water corridor, all the water corridors with the linear pieces of waterway kind of overlaid. Maybe not, well, maybe literally, but maybe also not literally, and then sort of like have that little summary drawing be kind of generated as the sort of like average of all of those situations that is not completely different, but that has some sort of components still. I think that would make those connect much more to the kind of evidence in form of those figure ground plans that you compile. And that, I think, also like the graphic, also just keeping that graphic style of that type of figure ground, and like maybe it just gets reduced to kind of like some very basic forms, that like the water and some abstraction of street grid or so. But I think that would sort of like really sort of speak the language of sort of like a continued, like, okay, first I look at all the figure grounds, and then I sort of observe these commonalities, and then I sort of like generate that diagram that kind of summarizes these types. And I know you went through that process, and I know these kind of like diagrams are kind of that summary. But I think there's an evidence in the graphics themselves that you generate.
Okay, I'm going to congratulate you on the enormous amount of work that you've done, and the Herculean task that you've undertaken to try and make sense out of so many places in so many ways. And also congratulate you for graduating. And, you know, it's been a pleasure having you in the program. And I hope you're able to make this go somewhere. Feel free to keep in contact with me. I'll try and help as much as possible. But in the meantime, it's dinner time.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, see, Yifan, I put my phone. I mean, now it cannot die because if it dies, I will continue just with, but I connected also with the phone. And I would basically say the same thing, you know, that Dean said, congratulations. That's a good word, Herculean, you know, it's really like the amount of focus. I mean, just the story of your trip and how efficient and how incredibly intense was your traveling experience. It shows how you were able to do this. And I also congratulate you. And I think it's sets the bar very high. So take all these comments and ways to enrich this. Is in no way, you know, criticizing the incredible work that you did. Is more because we are imagining things that can happen as this can continue to be a work that can have a life after you're done with school. So that's where the comments are coming from. Is like where can this go? And it's because the work is so good that we think it should have another life after school. So congratulations for this and graduation, and good luck with everything.
Thank you all. Appreciate all.
Absolutely second that.
Okay, everybody, thanks for sticking with us through the afternoon. And Juan, thank you for joining us. And have a good evening, everybody.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you, Dean.
You too.
Thank you.
Have a good
Bye.
evening. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I was with my hands. Bye.
Bye.